button to go live. I'm a little late because my the polish on one of my nails came off or was starting to come off, so my nail kept bending because I used the UV polish shellac stuff to make my nails really hard. Oh. I heard myself. Anyway, I'm a few minutes late because I had to fix one of my nails. And I accidentally pushed the live button, but it's okay because I'm ready. So, let me get over here. Oh, by the way, we're doing a premiere tomorrow. We should be doing a premiere probably around 6 p.m. because I got to get up early to try to go to church tomorrow. Move my stuff over here. Hold on. Good thing I keep tape on my cameras, or else you guys might have seen something. Okay. One second. A sister had sent in a cool channel that has some really amazing videos. So I thought we could do like a little history class over here. A little history class over here. Grab my tripod thing. And oh, let me take the tape off my camera too. Flip it. There we go. NaziTube changed things around, so my playlists aren't in order. Okay. Don't you just love technology? Isn't it fantastic? Got this turned the wrong way. Bear with me while I try to fix this volume. Try to fix my volume button I hit when I said that. Trying to fix this camera angle here. Sorry if you see me trying to fix it for a while or if I do it on and off here. Oh, hey, Chris. Nice to see you. Trying to zoom in. It keeps trying to open up the chat. I hate the Zoom on NaziTube. Just bear with me for a few minutes while I try to set this up. I usually try to get it kind of set up before I go live, but like I said, I accidentally hit the live button when I didn't mean to. Okay, try to zoom in again. Someone told me that there's another website or something I can use to stream through so you can see like what's on my screen instead of me doing it this way. But even though I'm Gen Z or whatever I am, I don't know technology, man. You keep tape on them too, huh? I don't feel crazy. Yeah. Try to make sure it looks good on this other screen here. Okay. Just bear with me. All right, I think that looks pretty good. Let me know if you don't think it looks good enough. If you can't see very well, I'll try to do what I can. All right, so this will be, I think, 4 hours long. And then I gotta eat and get to sleep. Oh, I pushed the wrong thing, but that's all right. turn my screen brightness down. I always forget to do that. Then my phone ends up dying too fast. Okay. I was supposed to have a moderator. And I know they're here, but they have not commented, so I cannot make them a moderator until I see a comment.
Eyes, and not just...
Okay. So this is part one. I only saw part one. I didn't see the other parts. Truth Unedited. They sound like the same guy from Up TV. I love Up TV. Sounds like the same dude to me. Or no, not Up TV. Minutes of Horror, I think. I don't know. They all sound alike to me. I don't know. Maybe it's the same dude. Maybe not.
I recently made a video.
Let me know if the volume's too low or too high. I might have it kind of on the high side because I gotta go sit against the wall. All right, here we go. Love you guys. And I'll see you again tomorrow. We're doing a premiere. Saturday on the Sabbath, we should be doing a premiere. I think around 4 p.m. Los Angeles time, so 6 p.m. my time in Texas, I think is when I'm going to do it. And it's not going to be like a super high quality video. It's more like a testimony type of deal. And then next week is going to be something a bit deeper than that, or a lot deeper. And then after that, in maybe like 3 weeks or something, I might do, I don't know, documentary. We'll just see what's done. Anyway, love you guys. Here we go.
Where I exposed the view that many should have in regards to this world. It was a difficult subject for many to deal with because it exposed some things that many people aren't quite ready to deal with yet. And being that that was the case, it was understandable and anticipated that there would be many that disagreed or had opposition to what was being communicated. I mean, I get it. It's not easy waking up to the world we're truly living in, and it's easier to reject the messenger than understanding the message. I get it. But with all that said, it still does not change the message and the truth of it all. We are at a moment in time where we have no choice but to wake up and come out from the strong delusion. We must love Yah and his truths more than we love this world and their mindsets and their ways. For many of us, we have been fortunate enough to have our eyes opened, but we still have family and friends that we desire to wake up and come out of the strong delusion. For me personally, I have a cousin who's more like a brother to me, and I've been trying to get him to understand the real world that he is in. He is waking up, just unfortunately not at the speed and level that is required of him based on the times that we're in. These times are deep. One thing I have tried to show him is how mind-controlled he has been. Because for me personally, when I started to wake up, this understanding of the mind control meant a great deal for me. Growing up, I never liked people trying to play games with me or taking advantage of me. Basically, I never wanted to be hustled, and if I ever got hustled, I always tried to learn and peep the game so it never happened twice. So for me, when I was awakened to the world that we live in, and I saw how strongly we just grew up in lies, it was important for me to peep the game and not allow myself to be hustled anymore. So this is exactly what I went back to understand. I went back to much of the programming that I was under, and I was able to see where certain thoughts and behaviors they came from. I had to do something that was very hard for me to do at that time, and that was humble myself and recognize that I was a follower and I was hustled and taken advantage of for a very long time. My mind was not my own. My thoughts were not my own. I was a victim to severe mind control. And it was only at that point, when I was honest with myself about the truth about me and my reality, that I was able to do something about it. So now, praise Yah, I am one that is helping free minds instead of being one that helps enforce control over them. This realization is important for anyone living in this modern world to deal with and to recognize. You see, though this realization was about me personally, I am not the only one that was under this. I was not the only one this mind control affected. It was literally everyone around me. Unless you grew up on a farm with no access to modern society, no public school system, no technology, no access to other people who had that access, you would have been affected. That's why it says Satan deceives the whole world. You, yes, you, have been a victim to severe mind control. And let's be clear, the ones who doubt it or deny it, these are the ones who are under it the most. Now, this mind control has been waged against us from many different ways by many different methods. For instance, one major tool was the general education system we participated in. whether public or private, it doesn't matter. The school system was created to develop a collective consciousness within a population and keep the general population thinking on one accord in regards to major topics. For instance, the shape of this earth and the power of your vote in a democratic world. Just to give examples, what the majority think about this are based off of indoctrination. Another example is the Christian church. The Christian church is a major example of a tool used for mind control and indoctrination on the population. How many people celebrate the Messiah's birthday on December 25th, even though there's not one scripture that tells us this date or even to celebrate his birthday? How many people say happy birthday, Jesus, when there's no record of this? This thought is obviously
Also, you know, when you think of the three wise men or whatever, when they saw the star, they were out in the fields. They were shepherds out in the fields. They would not be out in the fields in December. Anyway, just bugs me. You know, and if instead, if Christmas was on March 3rd, people would be celebrating it then. You know, I don't know why people can't just admit to themselves and admit to others that they want to follow the crowd. It's okay to admit the truth. Just say it. Just say, hey, I was brought up doing this. Everyone else does it. It feels good. It looks good. And I want to do it, whether it's good or not, whether it's the right thing to do or not. Because I tell you what, boy, howdy, my children ain't going to be celebrating this crap, especially after what I saw this morning. I didn't know they did like the Christmas tree lighting ceremony in New York. I mean, I had heard about that, but I didn't know it was like a yearly thing, a tradition. And I didn't see all the details. Did you know that they put a statue of Satan under the tree? They have a golden statue of Lucifer under the tree, and no one asks any questions. Nobody cares because it looks pretty. Look at the lights. Look at how everything's shining. It feels good, so let's not ask questions. It's disgusting. Pisses me off. Anyway, sorry. I just had to say it.
thought learned through mind control, because it's definitely not based on fact or historic information. The point that I'm making is that we do things because we have been trained and conditioned to do so, without us ever being the wiser. There have been many different tools used against us, but the one tool that we need to look at is the biggest weapon ever to be used against humanity. That is this device, the television. The television is the biggest weapon ever to be used against humanity, and this major tool or medium has been used against the masses to control their minds and influence them to be exactly who the masses as a whole are today. The rise of the influence of this weapon is not widely spoken of unless it is spoken of in nice nostalgic ways, making us look back at our old programming and then miss it. CNN has done many specials over time that has shown the history of the coming of the age of television and the decades. And if you ever watch those with discerning eyes and not just trying to see history or be entertained, you can see how very purposely and incrementally we have been mind controlled and conditioned to be exactly who we are today. But the thing about it is that when you're watching it, their side is very much one-sided. So if you're not one that really understands the real world that you're in, what they're actually saying could actually miss you. But with all that information that they gave, when used with discerning eyes, it can be very revealing to how manipulative the past century has been. So in order to help wake up minds, I think it's important to try to go back in the past and identify points where mind control started to take hold. And with this awakening, people can better come to terms with what has come against them. The television set, regardless of the size of it and where it is, because many of us are holding one right in our hands right now, it is one of the biggest weapons that ever be used against humanity. It is a major tool used to bring people into the strong delusion, aka the Matrix. And it needs to be examined and understood, because if you say you're not a victim of mind control, you are lying to yourself and you are deceived. If you no longer want to live in deception, it's time to deal with the truth and let it set you free. We're going to discuss the history of our mind control. Let's begin.
Oh boy.
Let's represent Harris County.
Okay, so as you can imagine, this topic is pretty deep. In order to deal with this, we're going to have to set the stage for everything in order for things to be properly understood and put into full perspective. Let's deal with the influence of the television first. If we go back in time, according to Robert Putnam's book, Bowling Alone, The Collapse and Revival of American Community, in the year 1948, 1% of U.S. households owned at least one television. This is obviously a very small percentage. So moving on in time, according to an article found on the Library of Congress site, only 9% of American households had a television set. But by 1960, the figure had reached 90%. So in just a decade, this piece of technology was in 90% of the homes in America, at least one television set. And that number was steady throughout history, never seeing peak drops. The peak ownership percentage of households with at least one television set occurred during 1996-1997 season, with 98.4% ownership. So in the mid to late 90s, almost 100% of households in America had at least one television set in their homes. But as you probably know, a majority of households had more than one set. I know my family did. So let's understand the big picture here and what this actually meant. As for the mainstream and our usage, the television is a one-way communication device. So by the 1960s, whoever had access to this device and technology now had the ability to communicate messages one way to 90% of the United States population. And that's what gave the television its power, the large reach it had over the population. It's like putting those billboards that you would see on the side of the road on the highways, putting it into your home so you can see it every day. And the power of that was enormous. Like if someone had a message that said that the sky is green, and they said it every day on this device, 90% of the population would see this message as long as they tuned in. But a message that just said the sky was green would not keep the audience viewing. So if this is what I wanted my audience to believe, I might tell a funny story or create a storyline that had nothing to do with the subject of the sky being green. But I would always show the sky as being green. And maybe sometimes let actors talk about it in a scripted, controlled way. Now, in our reality, regardless of what is shown, it doesn't change the truth that the sky is blue. But it does suggest something that the audience may not have agreed with prior, and now they're hearing it. Does that make sense? Let me talk some more about it. Let's speak about those with influence. Those with influence and that had desires to steer the world now had access to 90% of the United States population.
Horrifying.
Now listen, I haven't dug deeper into the rest of the world because it honestly doesn't matter. This nation was a cultural leader of the world. So as they were influenced, they brought that influence everywhere else in the world. But I do not doubt that the statistics and the way that they work are very much similar. Just putting it all in perspective. Let's keep going. So by the 1960s, there was a product that people could communicate with the rest of the population through, and all they needed to do was get themselves on the sending side of this device, and they would have access to a whole population. So let's be clear about who had the first access. This one-way communication did not start by television first. It started decades before through the radio. People had begun to become accustomed to hearing what was happening all over the world through the radio in their homes or at their businesses. Control over the radio in the United States was first under control by the United States Navy. The radio was first used wartime for coordination and intelligence, and eventually for propaganda. As World War I approached,
You notice every bit of technology we have, they had it first. The government had it first. And I don't know why so many people want to argue that certain things aren't possible because, oh, we're not there yet. Well, the government, they could be hundreds of years ahead of us and we don't even know. That's why you don't want to believe their signs and wonders. When they have Project Bluebeam going or the Antichrist showing you what he can do, you don't want to fall for it. You want to keep in mind that it's either demons, because we know the government has been making deals with demons for a long time, since practically the beginning of time. Either that or it's technology, because they have very advanced technology. I don't know why people don't realize that.
the United States Navy. The radio was first used wartime for coordination and intelligence, and eventually for propaganda. As World War I approached its climax, most parts of the world heard President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points broadcast again and again over the radio. Now, I cannot find the audio of this, but this is the transcript. What he said was besides the point, though. President Wilson proposed a 14-point program for world peace. And then these points were later taken as the basis for peace negotiations at the end of World War I. And this was what the world was hearing in their homes. You can imagine how much trust was being developed. The United States was gaining in influence at that time. And then the president's message of peace was being broadcasted all over the world. But okay, the Navy initially controlled the radio until it decided that it would be better suited to be in control of a private company, the radio I'm talking about. Now let me properly set the scene here. We are almost at the end of the year 1919. World War I was declared an end on November 11th, 1918. At this time, the world was well under control by a few. The robber barons, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgans, they very easily yielded power over the country as captains of many industries. Rockefeller, the first billionaire of the United States, his estimated wealth in 1913 was estimated at $900 million, which is said to represent 3% of the United States GDP for that year. This was after the Supreme Court ruling in 1911 that made him even richer, forcing him to split up his company Standard Oil and break it up into 34 separate entities, which included companies like Exxon, Mobil, and Chevron, just to name a few. The year 1919 was also after J.P. Morgan started General Electric and controlled United States banking. And this was also after these men created the Federal Reserve. Now, if this information is lost on you, I do speak about all this in my Matrix series. I will not go into great depths here. I break all this up to say that if you look at any of this and ignore the power and control that these men had, then you will be missing a great deal that answers the general question of, but why? It's too much to explain in this video, but the point you should hold is that the world was already snatched away and controlled. These powerful families, along with others, were the ones who steered the world in the direction that they wanted it to go. And please know and believe that during this period in time, the general public was well aware of these men and the power and control that they had. The general public knew of these men. The people worked at their companies. They were the major employers. They were not hidden in mystery as they are right now. But okay, with all that said, let's keep going with the history. On October 17th, 1919, a new corporation was formed, the Radio Corporation of America. In Ron Chernow's book, House of Morgan, on page 308, he explains this. After the war, the United States feared the British monopoly of undersea cable communications, which had yielded invaluable wartime intelligence. The United States Navy favored the use of a new private corporation supported by Washington to battle Britain in the emerging field of radio technology. Privately, President Wilson notified General Electric that he wanted to counter Britain's cable monopoly with an American radio monopoly. Morgan Money helped GE to buy out British interests in American Marconi. This was the name of the radio company owned by the Navy, which became the Radio Corporation of America. Washington stayed on RCA's board as a non-voting member. By 1921, 3 other American corporations partnered with GE in the RCA venture: AT&T, United Fruit, and Westinghouse. According to the book Tube of Plenty, The Evolution of American Television by Eric Barnett, this was the stock ownership percentage of RCA. General Electric, 30.1%. Westinghouse, 20.6%. AT&T, 10.3%. United Fruit, 4.1%. These were the companies that were now in control of the radio. Now let me help with a little context here. Let me show you how I look at all this when I hear about all these companies. When you dig deep into American business, it's easy to find the power and control. You just have to follow the money. You see, today, we're trained to look at all this by understanding it by corporations, which in turn takes the personal side out of your understanding. But when you know the history, things become much clearer because General Electric, Westinghouse, and AT&T were in primary control by J.P. Morgan. He was in control of these companies. So though there were different corporations in the mix, power was still in the hands of one. So when they say the ownership percentage of each corporation, all I say is J.P. Morgan, 30%, J.P. Morgan, 20%, J.P. Morgan, 10%. The power and control is easier to understand when you understand these dynamics and understand American business. So be clear, JP Morgan was in control of the radio. That's what you need to understand. He was in control from its inception. And being that by this time, the robber barons all began to work together to have full control over this country through being the main lenders to the United States government, we know the Rockefellers and the other major families were also connected in this decision making. And so it was important that I started here so that anyone that wants to understand the beginnings of this industry can understand this unequivocally without confusion. The radio broadcast communication in the United States that began in the United States was owned and controlled by JP Morgan and the other robber barons given control of the world in order to lead us to the world order that they were told to create. That should now be clear.
Getting into brush is no longer a chore.
Okay, so after the radio industry was created, the future of it was seen as central broadcasting. Now, I don't want to get too deep with this, but what do witches do? They cast spells. They're doing a broadcast. They know what they're doing. I'm just trying to expose the evil and the wickedness of this whole thing, but that might be going too deep for you at this moment. Let's just keep going. In January 1926, the RCA Board of Directors approved the idea of a new company. It would be owned 50% by RCA, GE 30%, and Westinghouse 20%. GE and Westinghouse, along with AT&T, already had indirect ownership through RCA ownership. And this new company would lease under long-term contracts the AT&T web of wires. So all these companies were in cahoots with each other. But like I said, this is all JP Morgan working with himself. In September 1926, RCA announced the formation of the new company called the National Broadcasting Company, or NBC. Through NBC, events of national importance will be broadcast throughout the United States. The public will be assured of the best programming. And this is very similar to the Standard Oil promise, which is what got Standard Oil to be the largest. He became the standard of oil. But anyways, at this time, it was estimated that 5 million homes in the United States already had radios. 21 million homes remained to be supplied, so there was a big market. By assuring the highest quality programming, the belief was that all would buy them. This is how it worked out. RCA was the world's largest distributor of radios, handling all the radios made by General Electric and Westinghouse. And so this business partnership developed quality in the market and gained new customers and loyalty all around the United States. Yeah, GE and Westinghouse made the radio, while they also owned a percentage of RCA, the company who distributed them, while they all owned NBC. The manufacturer, distributor, and now broadcaster were all controlled by 3 companies, while these companies were controlled by one man, JP Morgan.
The level of deception, though, like, isn't that something? You see all these companies, all these brands, and you think, oh, you know, they're all different owners, different companies, but it's all the same dude. It's all the same thing. It's just deception. It's to make it seem like it's a fair playing field for everybody. Like, yeah, you know, come to America, live the American dream. Anybody can make it. Everyone gets a fair shake, when it's not true at all. It's not true at all. And it makes me so angry, righteously angry. People get on my case and they're like, oh, you're so angry. You're angry all the time. Well, shoot, man. You want me to look at this and smile? I'd be a psychopath.
Okay, so in 1933, NBC moved to Rockefeller Plaza, and they called it Radio City. This was a big deal. The phenomenon of broadcasting, holding millions spellbound, was being compared to theater, film, and other types of entertainment. But the difference was it was happening in people's homes. People sat in places and listened to what people said. They were so mesmerized by the fact that this was possible, immediate trust was built. And just so there's even more context, in 1928, Amos and Andy was one of NBC's top series over the radio. This was Amos and Andy. Yeah. 1929, Columbia Phonograph Broadcast System, later called CBS, was created under the control of the Rockefeller family. When you go through the history and they give names of people that they say found these companies, you have to look back in their history and see who they were affiliated with. It's not hard to find these people after you just do a little bit of digging. But anyways, a new broadcast company, CBS, was formed. And then in 1943, a United States Supreme Court decision required NBC to sell one of its networks, Blue Network. It was later renamed American Broadcasting Company, ABC. These companies were forming amongst themselves, and though it might look like there was competition because there were different companies in the mix, the leadership of all of this was in the hands of a very small but powerful few. So by this time in 1943, there were 3 radio broadcast companies. Now, why does this matter in regards to the television? Where am I going with all this? It matters because of what happens next. Who made the TV? It doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. What matters next is when it comes to the marketing. But I went into all that history to explain the foundation of control first. I believe firmly in foundation, and I've tried to be thorough so there is no confusion. I mean, I could have easily jumped to this point that we're about to get to, but if you don't understand that this industry was in the chokehold from when it first started, then the full dots of control might not fully connect, and I want them to. In the summer of 1946, RCA got its black and white television sets on the market. In 1947, the opening of Congress was televised for the first time. The television was adopted more quickly into urban American homes than any previous new communication technology before it. In 1946, movies and radios were the main way of entertainment for audiences. But over time, the television was adopted in the lives of Americans. Here's the numbers. In 1946, there were 20,000 TVs in the US, which represented 0.02% of the US households with televisions. In 1947, there were 44,000 televisions in the United States, which represented 0.04% of the US households with televisions. In 1948, there were 350,000 TVs in the US, which represented 0.66% of the US households with televisions. Okay, here we go. In 1949, there were 1 million TVs, which represented 2% of US households with TVs. 1950, 3.9 million TVs, which represented 8.1%. 1951, 10.3 million, which represented 21.5%. 1952, 15.3 million, 32% US households with a television. 1953, 20.4 million, 42.5%. In 1954, 28.5 million, which represented 59.4% US household televisions. And then in 1955, it's 64%. Until we get to the 1960s, with 90% of the United States households with at least one television set. All this within a decade. And let's also be clear that during this time, there were only 3 broadcasting networks, NBC, CBS, and ABC, and these were all controlled by the 1% of the 1% who controlled this world. They now had access to communicate whatever they wanted to say and promote through their new device. And if you don't think that was possible, then you don't understand the business of television. I mean, the main business is selling advertisement space within the programs because the television exposure was highly lucrative for businesses. They are called programs for a reason, but I don't want to jump ahead here. This new device changed the American family. What was said was just bringing a TV set into the house brought the need to rearrange the living room furniture away from the previous traditional focal point, such as pianos or fireplaces, large radios, and phonographs. Many families ditched the pianos for the televisions. The living room turned from being a more formal room into a more informal den, or now living room.
People used to be so much more talented because that was entertainment. That's how you stayed entertained. You had your violin or your piano or whatever, and you'd sing and dance and do all of this stuff. Now people just sit around and watch TV. And it started all the way back then. A lot of us didn't realize how far back it really started. And it's sad, a lot of people lost their ability to play the piano because of this.
All because of the television. We have family rooms because of televisions. The television began to take over the way of living for the family, and it changed the habits of the children. Media historian Lynn Spiegel had said, it was said that it was marketed by broadcasters, station owners, and the manufacturers of the television sets, that it was hoped that the television would help cement together members of the new post-war suburban middle-class nuclear family with a sense of renewed domestic values. Members of this new ideal family would stay at home together during their leisure time rather than run their separate ways all over town. Stronger bonds of affection and shared interests would form while everyone gathered around the living room's new electronic hearth. Spiegel said, not only was it shown to restore faith and family togetherness, but the TV did it in the splendors of consumer capitalism. That's how the television was marketed to the masses, that it was something for the family. So with the programming, the television was now teaching the American population what it meant to be an American. And they were now being fed with the mindsets and influences that those who controlled this technology desired for them. It was first marketed as a device to bring the family together. And that wasn't false advertisement. It did. Families would watch their program all together in the family room. But it did not take long for that to change once they started adding new programs to target different markets. And understand, the biggest effect came to the target market that this technology was designed for. It is said that the children were mesmerized by such early attractions such as Howdy Doody, and it would turn the children from being active doers to passive viewers, from irresistible forces to immovable objects. Their vision and physical development would suffer. They would ignore their schoolwork, give up their hobbies, and let innate creativity lie dormant. They would forget how to read and quite likely never learn how to converse and have conversation. They would be stunned physically, mentally, and emotionally. It was a sad problem, he'd say. This was from Dorothy Barclay, a New York Times reporter reflecting on the late 1940s. Concerned educators were concerned that children were watching as many as 30 hours of TV a week, more than 3 hours on school nights. The television affected family dynamics and traditional parental authority. The concern was that youngsters, they could listen to radio programs while doing other things, but that the TV demanded a child's full attention, and it was more difficult to pry them away from the set after a show was over. And if we look at where we are today, 70 years later, we can see that these concerns were justified, but it's too late. All this change happened rapidly, and we really didn't even get into the mind control yet. What I first want you to get is that the target of the television was not the parents or the adults who were buying these television sets during the 40s and the 50s. It was actually for the new generation that was being born after the war. We know them as the baby boomers. This was the first generation to truly grow up in full mind control. They set the stage for the rest of us who were born today. Now, they, of course, had no idea, and we cannot pass full blame onto them, but they were heavily mind controlled, and because of that, today, they are the hardest generation to speak to. Baby boomers have a higher level of education than any previous generation, with 88.8% having completed high school and 28.5% holding a bachelor's degree or higher. And they were the first generation to grow up seeing the television in their homes when they were a child. And the mind control started with them. And in order to understand this, we need to start talking about their generation. Because if you watch all of the events that happened in the 60s and the 70s with all the major change, it was for all of them. It wasn't the adults that were doing the sit-ins and the marches. It wasn't the adults protesting for feminism and all that other stuff. It was the youth, the baby boomer generation. And all
Just like today, with the George Floyd and the whatchamacallit going on. Every time you see somebody protesting and marching, it's usually teenagers or people in college, young people, 25 or younger usually. And I used to think that that was a new thing, but apparently it's always been that way. Satan has always been after the children, and every time there's a big movement in history, it's the children, it's the young ones falling for it. And it makes me wonder how many people back then who were older than these youngsters were thinking, oh, these youngsters, all they do is watch TV and believe all these narratives and all these false flags. Don't they know what's really going on? Don't they know that Martin Luther King is a Freemason? You know, like how many people were thinking just like we were back then, I wonder.
that changed.
Also, I'm sorry if you guys are writing to me. My phone is either dead or at like 2 or 3%, so I'm letting it charge. It's a really crappy old phone, so I apologize if I haven't replied to anybody.
That were doing the sit-ins and the marches. It wasn't the adults protesting for feminism and all that other stuff. It was the youth, the baby boomer generation. And all that change didn't happen to them all because they were just rebels. It wasn't just independent thought, but it was because they were the first generation from young to be mind-controlled and programmed. And so if anyone wants to come to me and say, well, hey, I'm not mind-controlled, you really don't have a clue. Because the baby boomer generation was the first generation to be mind-controlled, and this was 90% of them, because 90% of them had televisions in their home, and they were enrolled in the school system, which enforced many of the radical thoughts that they were hearing on television.
Living Space's newest home furnishings destination.
This is too deep to discuss right now, so we're going to have to stop here and then revisit it. The stage had to be set and properly understood so you can understand where we're going in the next video. But listen, do not listen to people that says that they were never under mind control. I can show multiple points that those who desire to control you had access to your brain. It is not wise for you to be one that is so proud that you feel that you need to reject this truth. What is the reason for me even bringing this up? It goes back to the video before this. The strong delusion is real, and many denied how strong it was. So now, Yah willing, those who are given the opportunity to hear and understand can now see some things that they might have missed and see some things they thought might have been a coincidence that really were not. Because this is not a game. You know, when people reject Yahusha, there's a major thought that most people say. They say Christianity is a tool of control. Well, yes, the way it has been taught in America, it definitely was. I mean, I don't even like the term Christianity, so I agree with you. Then there's people speaking against the Bible, saying the Bible is a tool of control. And yeah, the way it was used in the past, people definitely used it in this way. But they also did not allow people to read it for themselves. But there's no denying that it was used for control. But for people that still hold that view, please tell me why the same people that control the world now, why didn't those same people that are controlling us stop using the Bible for their control if they were already controlling us with the Bible? They could have if they wanted to, but they didn't. They created mindsets that were completely against the Bible, completely opposite. They didn't have Bible programs on the television where people were just hearing Bible verses all day. No. What they actually used as a tool of control, you now have it in your hand and you love it. While the one thing that can actually set you free, you have been programmed to believe that this is the control. And that's the problem. You need to get a hold of your thoughts and stop being controlled. I mean, if you're going to be taken down, at least let it be your own decision and not because you're controlled to think the way you do. The Bible has warned us against this trick. And if we actually read the Bible and did not speak against it, maybe this agenda wouldn't have been able to go so far. We are told, and do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of Elohim. Romans chapter 12, verse 2. How could you be taken advantage of if you actually believe that? We're told, for though we walk in the flesh, we do not war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty in Elohim for pulling down strongholds, casting down arguments, and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of Elohim, bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. That's 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 3 through 5. If we were bringing our thoughts into obedience of Messiah, then these agendas would not be able to exist. And remember, no temptation has overtaken you except such as is common to man. But Elohim is faithful, who will not allow you to be tempted beyond what you're able, but with the temptation will also make the way of escape that you may be able to bear it. That's 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 13. And so, if I were you, and maybe you felt a little overwhelmed by what was presented last week, feel blessed now that Yah loves you and is giving you a way of escape. These thoughts that we all have must be analyzed and reviewed. And the more you see other people's influence in your mind, the more I pray it gives you the strength to scrutinize all these thoughts and bring them into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. That's the only way the devil can allow you to break free, is if you come under the obedience of Messiah. You don't do it on your own. this right here is a big endeavor Yah has me on. I ask for your prayers over me and this ministry. We are in the last days, and if you're going to be ready for Yah's kingdom, you must not be in the strong delusion. As you wait between these videos, please make sure that you take the personal time to reintroduce yourself to Yahuwah through his word and cast down all strongholds in the name of Yahusha. I have a spiritual warfare prayer in the description box. I pray that helps you.
Chipotle's carne asada.
Were born in the In part one of this series about mind control, we went into a lot of foundational history about the weapon known as the television. In big subjects, I try to be thorough, giving you enough background information so that people can really have a grasp of what it is that we're actually dealing with. The only reason for this series is to help those who desire to wake up out of the strong delusion. I believe that if you can clearly see how it is you have been guided and steered, it allows you to have enough strength and conviction to get off that path and choose what and who truly matters, and that is Yahuwah. So we are talking about how we got into this mind control in the first place. It's important. In part one, we saw that in 1950, only 9% of American households had a television set. But by 1960, the figure had reached 90%. In just a decade, this piece of technology was in 90% of homes in America, at least one set. The peak ownership percentage of households with at least one television set occurred during the 1996-97 season with 98.4% ownership. That's almost 100%. The TV went from being in one room to many rooms to now, fast forward through time, it's traveling with us wherever we go through the use of smartphones. In the United States, as of 2022, there are approximately 307 million smartphone users. 85% of American adults use a smartphone. And even our young children from as small as 1 year old have their own personal device to watch content on their mobile television. So their reach went from 1% of homes in 1948 having one television set in their homes to now, in our current times, 85% of all individual adults having a personal television set in their hand. You remember this scene in Back to the Future?
Our first television set. Dad just picked it up today. Do you have a television?
Oh, yeah, we have 2 of them.
Wow. You must be rich.
Oh, honey, he's teasing you. Nobody has 2 television sets.
They only had one television set. But now 85% of individuals in this country, and data shows that 85.88% of the world's population own a smartphone. So it's not just the United States. A majority of the world uses a smartphone. We have these individual personal television sets in our possession for a majority of the hours while we're awake, with average screen time averaging around 6 to 8 hours per day. If you follow the evolution of this and what was actually done, it is not hard to see the mind control that was engaged against the population that has brought us to this very world that we live in right now. And so if we're going to understand how deep and serious this all is, we need to get back in this conversation and discuss the history of the generation that was pretty much the guinea pigs to all the mind control. We're going to discuss the baby boomers and mind control. Let's begin. Okay, so if you're a part of my generation, which is probably a mix between Generation X, which is born around 1965 to 1980, and the millennial generation, which is people born between 1981 to 1996. That's the mix. If you're from my generation, that means that you had parents that were born in the baby boomer generation. And if that's the case, you might recognize that our parents' generation.
I still have no clue if I'm Generation Z or if I'm a millennial. Every time I tell someone my birthday, they give me a different answer, so I don't even really care that much anymore.
Can be very hard to talk to and communicate controversial thoughts and opinions to. It was hard for me to come to this understanding at first because their rejection often comes with either extreme pride or a complete shutting down to facts, or thoughts that are too deep for them to even handle. Very early on, as I was waking up, I came to realize that a majority of the problems that I had and the mind control that I was under was completely due to my parents' generation. At first, in my mind, I initially blamed them for being so weak. But as I began to study this problem, I began to feel bad for them. which is why I tried so hard to reach them. But like I said, they're very hard to talk to. This generation that I'm referring to are the baby boomer generation. This generation is often defined as people born from 1946 to 1964, during the mid-20th century baby boom after World War II. When I look back at all the problems we deal with in this world, this generation were definitely the guinea pigs that contributed to the majority of this mess. And unfortunately, they're the hardest to wake up, maybe only second to their parents. But their parents, which would be my grandparents' generation, many of your great-grandparents, though they are mind-controlled, they still aren't as mind-controlled as the baby boomers. But they're still stubborn, proud, and set in their ways due to time. So they're not interested in learning anything new from my generation or anybody younger. But their children, the baby boomers, they are the first major group that was mind controlled. And it is them that we must start with if we're going to understand where we are today. This baby boomer generation, like I said, they're very hard to talk to today, and they hold distinct mindsets that keep them trapped. I praise Yah that there are a few from that generation that watch these videos and they have woken up. They are by far a minority set within their generation. Now the reasons, they're pretty obvious once we examine this subject in full. The reason's simple. They have been under the mind control programming the longest, and therefore it is harder for them to be awakened from it. Their life was started at the beginning of this mental warfare, and they only look back at much of it with happy memories of nostalgia, because times were much better than they are today. And they will tell you that you just had to be there. And listen, to anyone from that generation that's watching this, I am not judging you. Unless your family was grounded in truth and not influenced by the plethora of sellouts, then not being a part of this mind control would be very difficult. I mean, today, my father, he still holds a grudge about his neighbors or members of his parents' church when they were there in Jamaica, who told his parents that they needed to get rid of the radio that they brought home. They warned his parents that the radio was giving an entryway for the devil. And as we see today, they were right. But at that time, the majority would not see it in this way. And the type of entertainment that they started with, it probably didn't seem so dangerous. So it is understandable how many of you got caught up in the mind control. But be clear, just because we understand the challenges, it doesn't give you a pass to stay trapped and mentally controlled. And if you're going to be ready for what's coming, you need to wake up. You need to peep the game and come out of the mind control programming. So I'm going to break it down. Let's look at the period when the television just started entering the homes, the 1950s. This was right after World War II. Let's look at what changed or happened after World War II. The world saw the formation of the United Nations, the World Bank, the IMF, the creation of Israel, the formation of NATO, detonation of the first nuclear bomb. Communist China rises. And that's just a few events, just to name a few. And none of that was televised how it is today. Now, people might have heard of it on the radio or they saw it at the movies, but it was nowhere close to the exposure they were going to have later when those televisions came into the homes. So before these television sets came into the home, the leaders of the world, they created a lot of organizations and things that were fundamental and foundational to the world that we live in today. But they were just created after the war, and the general public, they didn't really know the ins and outs of it. They just heard about these things. So later on, when they begin to see these organizations on their televisions, they only had a feeling of trust and loyalty in them. There was no reason for them to doubt them. After World War II, the United States was the main winner and declared the new leader of the world. So there was a strong sense of patriotism in the United States. The United States was the world's strongest military power. Its economy was booming, and the fruits of all that prosperity brought new cars, suburban houses, and a lot of other consumer goods. It was a whole new world. More was available to more people than ever before. After World War II ended, many Americans were eager to have children because they were now confident that the future that they went to war for was now here for them. They had a future that promised peace and prosperity. And so they came back home to establish themselves. The government created a GI Bill that subsidized low-cost mortgages for many returning soldiers, which meant that it was often cheaper to buy one of the newer homes in the suburbs than it was to rent an apartment in the city.
And now, a page from our Sunday morning almanac, June 22nd, 1944, 70 years ago today. The day Americans fighting in World War II won a victory far from the battlefield. For that was the day President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Servicemen's Readjustment Act, otherwise known as the GI Bill of Rights. Although the war still had just over a year to run, the government wanted to assure opportunities for returning men and women in uniform. The GI Bill promised World War II vets a raft of benefits outlined in special films, starting with help finding employment.
If they can't find you a job right away, you'll be given $20 a week up to a limit of 52 weeks.
Relatively big money for the time, believe it or not, as was the educational assistance for GIs looking to go to college.
The government pays all of your school bills up to $500 a year, and living expenses of $50 a month, or $75 a month if you have dependents.
In 1947, nearly half the college admissions in the United States were veterans studying under the GI Bill. And then there was the help the legislation offered to vets hoping to get a loan for their very first home, a benefit one film went to rather dubious lengths to showcase.
But wait a second. What about the beautiful blonde? Don't tell me the GI Bill of Rights guarantees every returning serviceman one of those, too. No, that's still up to the veteran. Just as it's up to him to take advantage of the GI Bill of Rights.
All told, nearly 8 million returning vets did take advantage of one or another of the GI Bill's real benefits. Benefits that helped shape post-war America for decades to come.
This is how people started moving to the suburbs. This is an example of the steering and control through economics. They didn't know it was happening like this, but through economics, if things make better sense financially, you just go with it. And what they were getting was a better value for the buck in the first place. The GI Bill helped white Americans prosper and accumulate wealth in the post-war years. Now, it is important to note that this prosperity did not happen the same for the Negro veterans. In fact, the wide disparity in the bill's implementation ended up driving growing gaps in wealth, education, and civil rights between white and Black Americans.
In 1944, at the height of World War II, the United States made a major investment in the nation's social safety net, aimed at boosting education and promoting upward mobility. Commonly known as the GI Bill of Rights, the program sought to integrate 16 million veterans returning from World War II back into civilian life. But like many of the governmental systems put in place during the Jim Crow era, the GI Bill, in practice, systematically excluded most African Americans.
Don't even get me started, man. I know everyone's thinking one way and my mind is a whole different way, but you just wait till a particular video finally comes out, a video I feel I've been called to make for over 2 years now about the so-called whites and the so-called blacks and the so-called African Americans and Negroes. Let me ask you something. How do you know they're African American? What if the dude's Jamaican? What if he's Dominican? Huh? He could even be Asian. You know they got dark Asians, right? I'm just saying.
The GI Bill had the potential to put the American people on a level playing field with Black soldiers who came back, who were prepared and anxious to get higher education and buy homes, were not able to ascend into the middle class the same way that whites were.
In practice, African Americans had very, very little opportunity to use the GI benefits that the GI Bill provided throughout the South. In the North, it was somewhat better. African Americans never gained that wealth, and therefore the effects of that policy still perpetuate the inequality of today.
In a statement to NBC News, the VA admits the disparities, but it says they're working to bridge the gap.
As a father who works full-time, I want to do.
The Negroes have been fighting against racial discrimination for centuries. During the 1950s, however, the struggle against racism and segregation entered the mainstream of American life. For example, in 1954, in the landmark Brown versus Board of Education case, the Supreme Court declared that separate educational facilities for Black children were inherently unequal. The movie with Denzel Washington, Remember the Titans, it gives a fairly decent recollection of what was going on at that time. Many Southern whites resisted the Brown rule. They withdrew their children from public schools and enrolled them in all-white segregation academies. And they used violence and intimidation to prevent the Negroes from asserting their rights. In 1956, more than 100 Southern congressmen even signed a Southern manifesto declaring that they would do all they could to defend segregation. This is just a backdrop to the times in American history. You have to understand the country at that time if you're going to understand the mind control that took place. Now, let me say this. There was definitely already mind control happening at the time leading up to all this. I'm not saying that the 1950s was the start of mind control. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that after the television came into the picture, the mind control was much stronger and effective and ready to grow and steer the new generations away from societal norms held for millennia, thousands of years. Up to this point, the roles within the family unit were not changed. Even though women started to work during World War II, when the war ended, life began to go back to societal norms of millennia past. And there was also still segregation, racism, and inequality. These were all prevalent in that society. It's said that during this time in the 1950s, there was a sense of uniformity that was strong within American society. Conformity was common, as young and old alike followed the group norms rather than striking out on their own. Even though men and women were forced into new employment patterns during World War II, once the war was over, the traditional roles in a family were reaffirmed. Men were expected to be the breadwinners. Women, even when they worked, assumed their proper place was at the home. I mean, this was a common statement. Even the President JFK said this.
Women are used as effectively as they can to provide a middle line for our people, in addition to meeting their primary responsibility, which is in the home.
That was over 60 years ago. If he said that today, he would have been canceled. I just want you to think about that. Like I said, in the 1950s, the nuclear family was the norm. It consisted of a young husband, who more than likely was a war veteran, and his wife, who had settled into their suburban tract house and had begun to add to the family that they had started the previous decade. In 1947, a record 3.8 million American babies had been born. Throughout the 1950s, the United States population increased from 150 million to 179 million. By 1958, children 15 years old and younger constituted almost 1/3 of the United States population. There was a baby boom. That's why they're called the baby boom generation. But like I said, during that time, there was conformity. It was common. All Americans, whether from the city, the suburb, or the small town, were expected to look a certain way and neatly fit into the mainstream. That's why when you look back at everything, everybody was wearing the same type of clothing, suits, and they all looked the same. It was common. The husbands and fathers were the breadwinners, while the wives and the mothers stayed at home. They cleaned the houses, cooked the meals, and raised the children. Teens and young adults dated and went steady, which was a prerequisite to becoming engaged. They were expected to marry, start families, and assume the same domestic roles as their elders. Now, though the television sets were not in the homes yet, there were Hollywood movies that people went to. And so there was a lot of programming done by the movies and through the radio. For instance, women didn't just get back into the roles without mental coaching. The roles women were expected to assume were depicted in the era's Hollywood movies. Films produced during the World War II portrayed women as active participants in the war effort by heroically toiling on assembly lines or in combat situations, supporting their husbands.
We must call upon women. All over the United States, women are called upon to leave their homes and take jobs. Among our young unmarried women and among older women whose children are grown, we have a large reserve. They discover that factory work is usually no more difficult than housework. Employers find that women can do many jobs as well as men, some jobs better. Tens of thousands of women are already at work in aircraft. More are being added as fast as they apply. This solves the breadwinning problem for many families whose men are at war. The government's policy is that women should get the same pay that men get for similar work. Where necessary,
And then later, after the war, in the 1950s, countless films featured clear messages for women. The message was, if you're female and you want to fit into society, your primary role will be that of a wife, mother, and a feminine object. In these movies, professional women were shown to be like unnatural and unfeminine. Usually, they were also unhappy. Happiness came from turning away from the coldness of the working world to embrace the life of the 1950s woman at home.
Well, that's true.
That was the mental programming during those times to get women back into the homes. Be clear, this message wasn't directly given in words, but it was just how the women were depicted. The movies were not about this, but they provided an image that people wanted to follow. In countless post-war films, the popular female characters were in stressful situations, such as a murder mystery or adventure drama, and they were depicted as being totally helpless and in need of rescue by a handsome, strong leading man. Think about Cinderella and think about Snow White. This was the same programming in different ways in the adult movies. Now, so I can help you understand this, I need to backtrack a moment and introduce this man to you. I've spoken about him in other videos, but if I do not bring him up, things may be lost. The man is Edward Bernays, who is known as the father of modern public relations. Although during that time, most Americans never heard of this man, he had a profound impact on everything, from the products they purchased, to the places they visited, to the foods that they ate for breakfast. He was the man, more than any other, who got women to smoke, and he was the one who put bacon and eggs on the breakfast tables. He worked for dozens of major American corporations, including Procter & Gamble and General Electric. Also worked for government agencies, politicians, and nonprofit organizations. Bernays was named one of the 100 most influential Americans of the 20th century by Life magazine, and most people didn't even know he existed. Think about that. I bring him up because his major influence was during the period of 1919 to 1963, and he styled himself a public relations counsel. He was responsible for moving people the way his clients wanted them to be moved.
While disapproving of women who smoked, men began to take up smoking in increasing numbers, partly because a flood of advertisements in what was America's newest mass medium, national magazines, made smoking attractive. These ads evoked the symbolic values many men already associated with cigarettes: sexual appeal, sophistication, pleasure. But they failed to persuade women to risk the disapproval of their menfolk by taking up cigarettes. Even George Washington Hill, the advertising genius who made Lucky Strikes America's best-selling cigarettes, couldn't figure out how to break through the social barriers that kept women from smoking. So he turned to a public relations genius, Edward Bernays.
He said, "We have a problem. We're losing half the market in America because there is a taboo against women smoking, particularly smoking in the streets." He said, "I want your help on that." So I said, before I can offer you a suggestion or a recommendation, I would like your authority to visit Dr. A.A. Brill, who was the leading psychoanalyst of his time. So I went to Dr. Brill and I said, "Can you tell me what cigarettes mean to women?" And as quick as that, he said, "Cigarettes to women are torches of freedom that they use to dramatize their objection to the taboo against smoking by men." And then he added as an afterthought, "and they titillate the erogenous zones of the lips." So I left and wondered what to do with that information. And I decided we would get debutantes to light torches of freedom in the Easter parade to protest man's inhumanity to women by the taboo against smoking. Within 6 weeks, smoking became an accepted pattern for women throughout the United States.
An ancient prejudice has been removed. Today, legally, politically, and socially, womanhood stands in her true light, American intelligence has cast aside the ancient prejudice that held her to be inferior.
Depending on the campaign, his tactics would differ, but his philosophy in each case was the same. Hired to sell a product or service, he instead sold whole new ways of behaving, which appeared obscure, but over time reached huge rewards for his clients and redefined the very texture of American life. Think about how everyone back in that time was smoking cigarettes. A whole new thing. You think they were just doing that because they just wanted to smoke cigarettes? This was programming. This man redefined the very texture of American life. He was responsible for showing the influences of the world how they can manipulate and steer the population. In his 1928 book called Propaganda, he writes, "The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as a smoothly functioning society. In almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind." See that? What I'm trying to say here is that mind control is real. And this man was the first most widely known person to do it. So I brought him up because I'm bringing up the indirect influence from the movies in the 1950s. And maybe your cognitive dissonance might want to tell you, "Oh, it's just a coincidence." But listen, it was not. These people make content that indirectly influenced the generations to be what they wanted them to be. So after World War II, in the building of America as the leader of the world, they conditioned the women to go back and start families and go back to traditional roles. And that's what I'm getting at right here. What I want to do is mark this point in the 1950s as the beginning point, because at this point right here, everything was normal. This was the period when the trust in the government and corporations was set. And so this generation, they were all for the taking. But here's the thing. The influence wasn't just made for the adults, but it was actually mainly for their children, who will be the leaders for the new world that was forming. During this time, adolescents by the millions started to embrace rock and roll, a new liberal music style with artists like Elvis becoming a major influence, making Negro music popular in white America because a white man was singing it. All of a sudden, Black Americans began demanding equal rights. This was the backdrop to the 1950s. And if you don't understand what the world was like, you won't see how we were all directed to change. By the 1960s, these rumblings exploded to a full-blown cultural revolution. Just a decade. It was spurred on by the coming of age of the baby boomer generation. This generation began questioning everything, from racism and sexism in American society to the government's foreign policy. They started to question everything. A small percentage of Americans in the 1950s had an individual television set in their home. But by the 1960s, it was almost at 90%. But it's not like it is today. There were not a multitude of channels. There was only 3 networks, ABC, NBC, and CBS. And so the American audience all around the country by the 1960s, even though the television was in most of their homes, they were all watching the same programming. The television was a family device in which the whole family would watch it together. So I want you to just imagine and understand that by the 1960s, after the baby boomer generation began to be born, televisions were now in a majority of homes in America, and 90% of the American public was receiving the same program. That's why there was a collective consciousness.
And what's also important to understand about the power of television is that we're all watching the same thing. There are only a couple of networks that are broadcasting the same shows, and so there's a kind of a collective consciousness that Americans are buying into.
Everyone was being programmed to accept and feel the same way. They were all under the same spell. In the late 1950s, 8 of the top 10 programs were Westerns, and half of the top 30 shows are set in the mid-1800s. This was called the golden age of the Western genre. These Westerns stressed unity in the face of danger and the ability to survive in hostile environments. It was easy marketing and adaptation for people who like these kind of shows. But programming, designed specifically for that baby boomer child, began to emerge with shows such as Captain Kangaroo, Romper Room, Howdy Doody, and the Mickey Mouse Club. They had content that was directly made for them.
But even though it's a birthday, we still must pledge allegiance to the flag. Friends at home, are you all ready? Put your right hand over your heart and nice outside voice. That's it, Ralph. Very good. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Programs that adults watch, like Leave It to Beaver. Leave It to Beaver was a show that everyone watched, but it was told from the point of view of a child because they were talking to the children. Let me not get ahead of myself. Let's jump into the decade of change. The 1960s. The 1960 to 61 television season was the beginning of the end for the TV Western. And it's when the mind control power of the television was put to use in great length. We're going to review the different points of mind control that occurred. The first major change was politically. In September of 1960, the Nixon-Kennedy debate was the first televised presidential debate. This was the time where the American public were all influenced for the first time at the same time, all together. The country was widely introduced to John F. Kennedy for the first time. They weren't just hearing his speeches on the radio or seeing him if he came to their town. He was in everyone's home all at once. The television became an important medium to meet our leaders. So it was much more than just listening. By seeing them, they could attach to them, and they did so with JFK. Now, I will get into this later with Michael, but we cannot ignore what was happening with Michael when examining politics. I call him Michael because that was his original name. Please don't get distracted by that. We cannot ignore what he was doing. Along with being introduced to JFK, Michael King was a very popular Negro. He was the most influential Negro at that time, and he was getting a lot of media attention through the Civil Rights Movement. Okay, we got that. We'll talk more about that later. Now, please know there was already a beginning split between Negroes who voted Democrat versus Republicans. But today we know the Democratic Party gets 90% of the Negro vote. This period here is when the start of it happened. If you want to understand how 90% of the Negroes began to vote Democrat, this is how it happened. It began with political theater. Just a few weeks before the presidential election between John F. Kennedy and Nixon, Michael King got arrested with others during a sit-in in Atlanta. But while everyone else was released, Michael King was kept in jail.
Wonder why.
On October 26th, John F. Kennedy called Michael's wife, Coretta, to express his concern, and then 24 hours after that call, his brother Robert called the judge and asked that he get King out of jail. Then Michael's Prince Hall daddy, Michael Sr., the one who changed both their names, he was a longtime influential voting Republican. He already endorsed Republican candidate Nixon, but then he came out publicly and said, I was against having a Catholic for president, but if he can wipe the tears from my daughter-in-law's eyes, I have the courage to vote for Kennedy for president. And I have a suitcase full of votes. And so this influential Negro Republican endorsed the Democratic nominee. And then when Michael got out of prison, October 27th, he was interviewed on television by reporters.
John Kennedy and Richard Nixon did not differ much in their moderate support for civil rights. Both candidates also looked to the White South for votes. But civil rights did become a campaign issue when Martin Luther King was arrested at a student sit-in in Atlanta. King, sentenced to 4 months hard labor, enraged the Black community. Kennedy and Nixon were still wary of losing Southern white votes and avoided making public statements. But privately, Kennedy and his staff felt they had to take action.
There's Martin Luther King sitting in a county jail, and Kennedy wanted to do something, to say something. Finally, some of us had the idea that Kennedy might just call Mrs. King and express his sympathy and tell her what he was doing to get King out of jail.
He said, I'm thinking about you and your husband, and I know this must be very difficult for you. If there's anything I can do to be of help, I want you to please feel free to call me. And I didn't quite know what to say except to thank him and say, well, I really appreciate this. And if there is anything that you can do, I would deeply appreciate it.
And then that very night, Robert Kennedy called the judge in Georgia and called him to get that judge to get King out of jail.
The Kennedy phone calls proved to be a smart political move. The next day, King was released on bail. On the Sunday before Election Day, Black ministers around the country endorsed Kennedy from their pulpits. It was to be one of the closest elections in American history, with John Kennedy winning by less than 2/3 of 1% of the popular vote.
And they say this course of events, this phone call made by Kennedy, was said to be the turning point in one of the closest elections in modern history at that time. Kennedy beat Nixon because he got more of the Negro vote through political, highly orchestrated theater. This all happened on television, and so 90% of the homes saw this and believed in the authenticity of it. There was no reason to doubt any of this. The public knew very little of Freemasonry and the Boule membership of Michael. They didn't even know there was a Boule. They just saw their Black leader wrongly imprisoned, and it was this Democrat who cared enough to get him out. The power of the television brought the last Negroes over to the Democratic Party, and they were all attached to Kennedy. Okay, so they were introduced to Kennedy in 1960 by the television, and then 3 years later, he was assassinated. I want you to understand this. The whole country was brought up in hope, watching his inauguration, and then they were traumatized collectively as they watched him be assassinated. This happened to the whole country all at the same time. Imagine it. This was the first time the nation attached to a president over the television, and then he was killed. The whole country was traumatized. It was one of those major events similar to 9/11 that everyone in the country was watching and listening to. They were programmed to love this man. And then they were traumatized and they were taken captive for 3 days straight.
When you see it all summarized, all together, neatly packaged like this, it's so obvious that it's all orchestrated. I can't believe I ever thought that this was real history, you know? Wow. The first president people get used to watching on TV and he ends up getting murdered. I mean, it's just so obvious. I don't know how people don't see it. It's just crazy. Oh, it makes me so angry. Like, I just keep imagining if Satan manifested in front of me right now, what I would do to him. I hate his guts. Oh, I hate being played around with like that, you know? I hate when people jerk around with my emotions. Sheesh.
Everyone in the country was watching and listening to. They were programmed to love this man. And then they were traumatized and they were taken captive for 3 days straight. Nielsen, the leading provider of television audience data, measured the percentage of United States television homes with their sets on in the period from November 22nd to the 25th, 1963. 45.4% of American homes with a television, a total of 51.3 million homes, had their sets turned on at 2:45 p.m. on November 22nd, when the White House confirmed President Kennedy. Let's analyze it deeper. You know in this country how they say you're innocent until proven guilty? Well, if you hear the case presented about Oswald, he was declared guilty and the media made it so. The evidence was clearly circumstantial, but the leader said he did it on television. They showed the gun, they showed the room, and then they said he visited Russia. And the public just agreed that he was guilty.
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man.
Come on, man. No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I live in the building. I'm just a part of the president.
The power of the television was being displayed. The whole country was following the same programming and having the same collective consciousness. They watched it all together. Listen to these statistics. 65.8% of the homes with televisions had their sets in use at 6:15 p.m. on November 22nd, as the new President Lyndon Johnson was speaking to the American people following his return to Washington. 47.2% of United States television homes had their sets on at 12:30 p.m. on November 24th, moments after Jack Ruby shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald on live TV as he was walking through the basement of the Dallas Police Headquarters. 81% of United States television homes had the television sets on as they carried Kennedy's body at Arlington National Cemetery. This is the biggest audience of that 4-day period, according to Nielsen, at 3 p.m. on November 25th. During those 3 days, at least half the homes in America were watching the play-by-play, and 80% of the homes watched them carry the body. This was massive mental control. And so depending on what was being said by the commentators and the journalists, the American public was just eating it all up at the same time. You have to imagine journalists on air speaking whatever they were allowed and guided to say by those who controlled those networks. Whatever the public was meant to feel, they had full access to the minds of the people, and they used it effectively. The country was traumatized, and they were guided through this trauma through the television. You can never look at the baby boomer and their parents without understanding this trauma that they probably don't even recognize they were affected by. So that was through politics, which was all about their control and leadership, along with their thought that their vote made a difference. Let's look at the next change in television. The rise of television journalism. Understand, a lot of these points, they intersect, but they all have different points of thought for the mental control programs. Before the television, people listened to the radio and they read the newspaper. Both were successful in getting stories out, but full control of a narrative was not possible until the television. In the 1960s, television brought powerful pictures of global and local happening to the home. It became a medium able to deliver news, share public opinion, and unite people in the great moments. After Kennedy was elected, the power of the television was known. And being that it was in the large majority of homes, people began to rely on TV news for the day's headlines, as well as information on American troops in Vietnam, particularly the numbers of those killed or wounded. Films of battlefield activity in Vietnam, as well as photographs, interviews, and casualty reports were broadcast daily from the centers of conflict into the American living rooms. When something major happened on television, it affected the whole country at the same exact time. The civil rights era, the JFK assassination, and the space race all unfolded right before everyone's eyes on television. You have to understand that all these things were happening all at the same time to a ripe audience that was just being introduced to this new technology. Look at all these events. The Kennedy presidency, 1961. August 28th, 1963, the Walk on Washington and Michael King's I Have a Dream speech televised. November 22nd, 1963, the Kennedy assassination. The Civil Rights Act signed July 2nd, 1964. Malcolm X assassinated, February 21st, 1965. Michael King assassinated, April 4th, 1968. Robert Kennedy assassinated, June 6, 1968. Look at all these things that happened all at this time. This was the leadership of their generation all killed, and it was all televised. And they just got the television.
But you notice they didn't have an event, they didn't have a false flag, but once every 1 to 5 years, give or take. And nowadays we got like, what, 5 a week? You know, I mean, it's so much. You can't keep track of it. It makes your head spin. Oh man, it's just so crazy. And people think these aren't the last days. I'll be shocked if we're here 15 years from now, to be honest.
There was a building up of hope, and then there was despair. But the youth, they were not left alone. They were told to keep hope alive, and the new generation of leadership was then arising. But the point that I'm making is that all of these events, when all this was happening, people went to find out what was happening from the television now. And so whoever was in charge of making the news and reported it now had access to over 90% of America. And they were able to tell 90% of America what they wanted them to know and what they wanted them to think. Now, this needs to be said. Maybe you're a devil's advocate and you believe that not everyone is evil and sinister. And just because they had access and control of these people's minds, it doesn't mean that they were lying to them. Well, first thing I want to be made clear is that if this is your view, this video is not the one made to prove that point to you. This video is for those who watch my Strong Delusion video and recognize that magnitude of lies we were born into and they want to come out of it. But also, let me be clear that in part 1 of this series, I went over the power and control of who controls the business of this industry. The same people who have declared with their own mouth their desire for a new world They have controlled and steered this world to obtain this goal. In other videos, I have broken down Freemasonry, Prince Hall Freemasonry, the Boule, the Black Greek letter organizations. I made a great deal of content explaining the power behind the scenes. So maybe you want to play the devil's advocate, and it's because you either haven't been exposed to all this information, in which I suggest you take the time to do so, or no matter what, you want to believe in the world that says there has been no conspiracy against the minds of the world. And even though there's a small amount of people with power, that still doesn't mean that they will use their power for evil. Even though many of the movies you've seen with a supervillain was a rich, powerful person with a plan to take over the world. I mean, listen, that's your business what you want to believe. But I am showing you the power that television had and how it changed the world, starting with the baby boomer generation. Let me continue. Another point I want you to understand about the news is that previously, the robber barons were not a secret in the generations before the baby boomers. Those generations were either called the silent generation or the GI generation. Standard Oil, the Rockefellers, JP Morgan, Carnegie, all these men and their influence was in the papers. They did much of their business right out in the open. It wasn't until TV news that their influence and power went behind the scenes in curtains. They hid themselves as the unseen hand. They were no longer in the news, and the reporters did not speak about them personally. We only heard about their corporations, in which the baby boomer generation did not even know that these men and their families controlled them. And I believe this theory was tested and proved in 1960, 1964, and 1968, when Nelson Rockefeller ran for president.
The most popular Republican candidate with the American people, Nelson Rockefeller, has been coming up from behind in the race for his own party's nomination. In the first 6 weeks of his campaign, he traveled to 20 states, even while he carried on the tough job of governor of New York during the crucial last days of a legislative session.
This man of power was right in their faces, and the public only knew what they were allowed to know about him. I mean, he was governor of New York for a long time. You see, this is mind control and the power of television. The public only knew what they were allowed to know. This is the beginning of how minds were held captive. This is the power of television news. On July 20th, 1969 was when the moon landing was televised. An estimated 600 million people across the world tuned in to watch this event live on television, including almost the entirety of the United States. There were only 3 television stations in 1969, ABC, CBS, and NBC. You know this. And their respective moon landing broadcasts were watched by a combined 93% of American households. I want you to imagine a whole population of a country doing the exact same thing at the same moment, watching the same thing, hearing the same thing. There was no denying that the world wasn't a globe that we could fly out of. The whole public saw this with their own eyes. But we know today that this event didn't even really happen. I'm not even sure how much I can even say about that. They even tell it to us in our movies.
Explaining how the Apollo missions were fake to bankrupt the Soviet Union.
You don't believe it, do you?
I believe it was a brilliant piece of propaganda that the Soviets bankrupted themselves, pouring resources into rockets and other useless machines.
This was an actual movie. It was used as great propaganda, and you don't have to dig that far to see this. So knowing that at that time they were lying, just imagine close to 100% of this population of people watching and believing a lie that they still don't recognize was a lie.
From the Oval Office, President Nixon watches along with 600 million people worldwide.
We got you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
Biggest TV audience ever at that time. On July 20th, the world sees the first men, Americans, walk on the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Hello, Neil and Buzz.
From the White House, the president congratulates the astronauts.
I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives.
The promise John Kennedy made at the start of the decade has been fulfilled.
It's hard not to see how manipulated these people were. This was happening like this for over a decade. Families all around the country gathered in their living rooms around their television sets to all take in the same program. Again, just imagine 90% of the population at home at specific times taking in exactly what has been told of them to believe. There was no countering it. There were no opposing opinions like we have today. The television was the trusted source. They were never informed of the potential dangers of it. Just like today, after a decade or more of using the iPhone, now Apple wants to come out with a warning of using it. But the people are already hooked. The warning is not helping now. The people were instantly hooked and had immediate trust in this technology and were completely unaware of the potential risks and consequences. So as these things unfolded and news journalists told them the stories, they had no reason to believe that they ran the risk of being lied to or that they were being herded. But yet, undeniably, they were. So please understand, it may be frustrating, I know, but if you have ever tried to discuss the news with your parents or grandparents and you have come up short and you don't understand why they believe everything the news tells them, it's because they were trained to believe it. It really is an odd relationship because they were trained to rebel against the status quo and fight against what they feel is wrong. They were trained to question their government, but they were not trained to question the television and the news. They grew up under the influence of this new media and had strong trust in it from the beginning. So it would be more uncommon than common for them to just disagree with the news media as a whole. They just feel they need to find a side that understands their views. And that's why they just float to either MSNBC or Fox, because the difference in opinions or who is lying and telling the truth to them, it really depends on the politics, and it's not about the news media as a whole. If the politics are off, they're lying. But if they're not off, they're being told the truth. This is how they feel. This is how they're trained. So if you're trying to reach them, you have to come at them another way than just trying to get them to go against the news. They are literally mentally trapped in a feeling of trust that needs to be diminished before they listen to the younger generation, which they feel really doesn't understand. I hope that makes sense. Let me continue. Now, the next part of change is a real big deal. It deals with the civil rights agenda along with the women's rights agenda. And so I have to split this content up into two parts. It was important that much of this information was given in order to set the stage for this understanding, but I do not want to overwhelm you. I'll split up the content so that it gives you time to digest and review, because I know these videos are long. Listen, I understand and know that it's not an easy thing going against the wiles of the devil. And so I want you to remember that you must be strong in the master, in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of Elohim, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, to stand. That's Ephesians chapter 6, verses 10 through 13. You see, as we break all this down, please do not forget that though these things are being waged in the flesh, and you can see these attacks personally, please do not ever forget the spiritual nature of what is going on. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty in Elohim for bringing down strongholds, casting down arguments, and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of Elohim, bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. That's 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 3 through 5. So listen, please keep Yah at the center of your thoughts and continue to bring your thoughts into obedience of him. This is a great deal of information that I'm presenting, and I'm trying to see the best way of presenting this. So I've split it up, like I said, into two parts. In the second part of this series about mind control, we began to look into the beginning of where the strong delusion started to be waged against humanity. If you listen to that information objectively with intent to understand, it's hard to deny that mental manipulation wasn't done. And that's why I took a great deal of time to explain history and set the stage of what it was like before they really started with their program. After watching that history, it should be easy to understand why I say that the television is the biggest weapon ever used against humanity. And we barely have gotten anywhere talking about it. When you really come to understand how deep this all is, and then understand that we all now walk with personal television sets in our hand, it's quite hard to deny that you have been mentally programmed. I mean, that's the whole business of the television and why ads exist in the first place. In the last part, when we ended, we were discussing some of the mental changes that the television brought to the world. And after discussing the changes from politics and TV journalism, I didn't want to overwhelm with information when considering the next two ways, being that they are also very huge in the grand scheme of how we are in this world today. So I want to continue this discussion so that you can clearly understand the mental war that has been waged against us all, starting with yourself maybe, or your parents, your grandparents, depending on your age, the baby boomers. The goal is that after you understand this, you can begin to peep the game being played and understand what was actually going on and has gotten even worse today. In this part of the series, we're going to deal with the civil rights agenda and the feminist movement of the 60s. We got a lot to talk about. Let's begin. Okay, so the first thing we must get into is the civil rights era. The civil rights agenda was a major part of the control of this era. It's not a coincidence that the civil rights era began at this time. For decades before the 60s, there was segregation and inequality, hate between both sides. And if you honestly think that what changed all of this was just a natural feeling of love and hope or activism, and you think those things changed this dynamic, you are entirely too naive. And I don't mean that to offend you. It was not love, hope, activism, or even the God of the Bible, Yahuwah, carrying this out. These changes came because the powers that be have had us on a path towards a new way of the world. And in order to bring about that agenda, Satan needed to change the minds of the people to be more aligned with this new way of thinking that he was producing. This change would not have been possible without the television. The television changed the narrative because it was designed to do so. It was all a program. But the program, it was not for the adults. Both of these sides were already set in their ways. I'm speaking of both white and black adults. The program of change was set and intended for the baby boomer generation. These minds were already in control of by a small few, and they were carefully being guided into following the path that was set for them in order to bring us to where we are today. So we need to understand it. We're going to start with the civil rights agenda. In discussing the civil rights agenda, it's important to know and understand that in the Negro community, it was not the adult Negroes from the silent generation that were generally excited about Michael King and his new movement. I'm not sure if that's common knowledge or not. There was a movie called The Butler. It took me a while to watch the movie because it just sounded boring, but it was actually a decent movie. I think it did a good job with showing the difference between the older generation and the younger generation in the Negro community. Now, one thing I hate about that movie, and all movies like that, is that they completely leave out and ignore the Prince Hall Freemasonry aspect of the main characters, which does not give a clear picture of truth to those watching. And of course they don't, but the Prince Hall Freemasonry is a big reason how these people were able to be around all of those secrets. But anyways, the younger generation, which were these baby boomers, they grew up wanting revolution, and they followed men like Michael. Now, I made a video about Michael King and his so-called dream. So if you don't understand my issue with him, please make sure you watch that video. I'm not getting into it fully here, but I think that, as I explained, you should be able to make this all out for yourself. Regardless of my feelings about him, the parents hated his movement, and they wanted their children to stay out of it. Listen to this conversation this man had with John Lewis. These two were part of those sit-ins.
Hey, this letter I got from my mother. Oh, it's terribly hurt me away, man. She said, "Dear son, I was glad to hear from you. I'm sorry, too, because I didn't sleep all night praying and crying, thanking God. He's been so good to you. What are you fighting for? You don't have a family. Yet you remember who are helping you in school. It is the white people. What about the people of your race? Well, what are they giving you? And remember, don't hurt yourself. And every advisor asked the white people to help you. And they did. So you don't want to fight the people who are trying to help you. Remember, God will straighten out everything if you just give him time. And you don't have to eat with the white people. And you live all these years, just pray and trust in God. You're not learning your lesson in school. God is nobody to play with. You're just making disturbance. See, she didn't give a compliment on clothes or anything. She was upset, man, but I mean, I know she cares for me, you know. I mean, I know she loves me, but she just don't understand. She just don't understand. You see what I mean?
Wow, nothing has changed. It makes me feel so great. Makes me feel so much better about myself and life and everything, I guess, in a weird way. It's bittersweet, I guess is how I should say it. Nothing has changed. Young people are stupid. Old people knew better, but young people didn't want to believe it because they felt like adults and they thought they knew something that the adults didn't know. And, you know, there are a lot of times where children do know things adults don't know. But Satan takes advantage of that in this way. It's crazy. Wow.
Mother did not want her son in the movement and wanted him to trust in God. But he rejected his mother and said she just didn't understand. And they went out there pushing this agenda. And ironically, now as adults, our parents who were these baby boomers, they chastise us saying that we don't understand. So their parents didn't understand them, and us as their children don't understand them. They obviously were just a generation on their own. But I'm getting off track here. These young baby boomers, they didn't know how the world really worked. And some of these men were Masons and trying to move up the ladder, yes. But as a whole, the young people, they didn't really understand how the system worked. They just knew what they were told. So what I'm saying is that this civil rights movement that everyone today looks at as a great thing, it was not fully endorsed by the older generation. And I think that's important to know because that generation, they were not mentally programmed the same way. There was a rift between the programs. Now, depending on your view of the world at this time, you may not understand why I have an issue with all of this, being that I obviously take advantage of these rights that we have today. My view of that civil rights era is simple. I believe we either should have dealt with the hatred or fought back. But either way, we should have worked to keep our families together and keep the devil out of our homes and our lives. Once we signed to be equal, it was like signing a deal with the devil, giving the devil authority over our community, and we have never been the same since.
Yep.
You may disagree, and that's okay. That's not what I'm getting at. The point I want you to understand is that all the generations did not agree and support Michael King in the civil rights movement at first. And I bring this up for specific reasons. When you watch the footage of the civil rights movement, look at the age group of the people protesting and doing the sit-ins.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, these young people, they look a lot more mature than our young people today. Yes, they do. But they were still children. They were college students. They went to college and were recruited to be a part of the movement for change. And they did not respect their parents for not supporting them through it. It was the baby boomer generation that pushed for all this change, and it was them that was used to bring us into submission today. But hey, I get it. They truly thought what they were doing was right. So the better question to ask and understand the answer of is, why did they all of a sudden now have this conviction? The answer I'm sure you can guess. Yep, right here. This idiot box right here.
This is incredible. I think I want to download this whole documentary, all 4 parts, and save it on a memory card somewhere really safe and show this to my children at the appropriate age because this is incredible. This is well done. This has answered so many questions I've had for so long, and I'm sure it's going to answer even more as we watch. I mean, this is amazing. I think there's only 1 part left after this.
You see, the TV journalism that I spoke about in part 2 began to cover civil rights demonstrations. It began to soften as well as activate the hearts of the younger generation.
It was our responsibility to find a way to dramatize the issue.
Congressman John Lewis says that the movement's leaders realized to bring change, they needed to reach white Americans.
How did you do that? As a movement, we literally put our bodies on the line.
The influence on the civil rights coverage.
Hank Klibanoff co-wrote The Race Beat, a book about the media and the movement.
Well, race was a big story in the South, beginning in the 40s and 50s, It's just that no one knew about it.
Finally, by 1957, major northern newspapers discover the drama and the story.
How do you feel about integrated passengers?
The television networks followed. Even major southern media paid attention to the open hatred.
You've got to keep your white and the black separate.
And the violent response to peaceful protest.
If you're going to beat us in the light of day. Beat us while the camera's on. Beat us while the camera's on.
Michael King was being covered on the news and was given invitations to the White House and was doing marches. I mean, the media, they even took it in his church, seeing him as a church minister preaching. Now, the crazy thing is that you really don't know the gospel that he preached, because I assure you, it had nothing to do with the gospel that's in the Bible. But because he was behind a pulpit, he had to be a Christian. And so if he was talking about God, they believed it had to be God's will. But he was a known leader in the Black community, and they were looking for one. I mean, he debated white men on television. He had clout. So during the civil rights era, they were televising the segregation. In the news media, they were giving out the views from everyone. All of a sudden, people's personal opinions were being televised as national news. So people watching it began to be moved by them. Like this right here. This was a school meeting when parents were worried about integration after Brown v. Board of Ed. They were talking and asking questions, and the narrator was speaking about their real thoughts.
The real questions are the ones people don't like to talk about in public, but they come out one way or another.
I would like to know what percentage of white and Negro students that will be going to our school.
He's heard that Negroes are taking over the neighborhood.
Is our school going to be able to keep its high standard?
She's been told that Negroes are less intelligent than whites.
I'd like to know what our school plans on doing about things like social dancing.
He's worried about intermarriage.
Oh my gosh. They do the same thing nowadays. I can't believe it. Oh man. It's just pissing me off.
Content on your television as a young Negro probably started to irritate you, especially when you heard a leader saying that there was something you could do about it. Imagine watching the television and people talking like this.
The whole thing centers around the word integration. Well, as Mr. Myers said, because his home has been anything but peaceful since he moved in. He's got 3 children. And evidently, he feels that they will be accepted socially. And I don't feel that they ever will be. But the whole trouble with this integration business is that in the end, it probably will end up with mixing socially. And you'll have, well, I think their aim is mixed marriages and becoming equal with the whites. But the only way they're going to do that is by education and by bettering themselves, not by pushing in the way they have here.
Yeah, it was bothersome. It began to get the attention of the youth because they were watching it on television.
Was that even a woman? I don't even know if that was a woman.
And so they began to get involved. You have to understand, in reality, what was actually happening, it was theater, all theater. It was orchestrated and planned between Prince Hall Masons, the Boule, and the White Masons, who truly yielded the power in the country. But the public, they had no clue of this. They just watched this happen in real time and began to get attached, and they mobilized. Like I said earlier, the children went to college and were recruited for the cause. They actually trained themselves to deal with what was going on. It was apparent that whoever was in charge of Michael King, they told him that his movement could not move through violence. The colleges were a good place for recruitment. So Michael King, he trained the younger generation to lock arms and to do sit-ins and to deal with the hate and not react to it. They were actually trained to think that this was actual power, not ever really knowing that there was actually real workings behind the scenes in their lodges. That generation today still believes that, and they follow that, locking arms like they're doing something. This was all heavily mind-controlled thought by those with power against those without it. They had the youth do sit-ins where they were attacked. They had white and black students participate in what was called freedom rides, and they took buses to the South and sat in and protested. And of course, there was violence. The whites were unhappy, and they spoke about it on television. All these voices were now on television, and they used the coverage on the news to bring about the outrage. Now, on top of that, and I'll get more into this later, the actual television programs, they were talking about race too. So the younger ones that were watching these programs, they were receiving new programs and new messages to their psyche. And so when they started hearing this hate, it went against what they were hearing on the television. But I'll get to that. Let me go back more. Let's get to Birmingham. In the early 1960s, Birmingham, Alabama was one of the most racially divided cities in the United States. Racism was enforced both legally and culturally. Black citizens faced legal and economic disparities and violent retribution when they attempted to draw attention to their problems. Michael King called it the most segregated city in the country. Protests in Birmingham began with a boycott led by Shuttlesworth, meant to pressure business leaders to open employment to people of all races and end segregation in public facilities, restaurants, schools, and stores. When local business and governmental leaders resisted the boycott, the SCLC, which is the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, this was Michael King's organization. This was a Negro civil rights organization that Michael was the first president of. They agreed to assist. Organizer Wyatt T. Walker joined Birmingham activist Shuttlesworth and began what they called Project C, a series of sit-ins and marches intended to provoke mass arrests. They were provoking this. They wanted this to happen. When the campaign ran low on adult volunteers, it said James Bevel thought of the idea of having students become the main demonstrators in the Birmingham campaign. He then trained and directed high school, college, and elementary school students in nonviolence and asked them to participate in the demonstration by taking a peaceful walk 50 at a time from the 16th Street Baptist Church to City Hall in order to talk to the mayor about segregation.
Bevel would turn down the lights and show a movie from the sit-in movement in Nashville.
I saw a bunch of coloreds sitting on the stools. They looked like they were just trying to egg on a fight.
Stark reality of nonviolence being met with violence was shocking and scary, and it drew kids in by the hundreds.
Bevel would tell us, Ms. Cotton would tell us, if you cannot restrain from being violent, maybe the movement was not for you.
You really got to think real hard and twice. Because the fellas down on 15th Street, those fellas would fight back. They came to fight. But because of Dr. King and them girls, they would say, y'all come and cooperate. We need a peaceful protest. They're ready to hit the streets.
Kelly Ingram Park was the big green buffer between Black Birmingham and the white downtown. 16th Street Baptist Church was on one corner, and by noon, Birmingham's finest were on the other. It was all laid out like a battlefield.
To think about it now, I get the shakes. What could have happened?
Martin Luther King spent the day at his motel, wrestling with his conscience.
Good.
A lot of people thought the kids were going to get hurt. But the reality of it was that we were born Black in Alabama, and we were going to get hurt if we didn't do something.
When noon came and went without a public appearance by King, Bevel opened the floodgates. They came out in waves of 50.
The first 50 came out peacefully, the rest of the time. God does it. The next 50 shows up. And the next 50.
He took young children and put them right into violence. This resulted in over 1,000 arrests. And as the jails and holding areas filled with arrested students, the Birmingham Police Department, at the direction of the City Commissioner of Public Safety, Eugene Bull Connor, they used high-pressure water hoses and police attack dogs on the children and adult bystanders. Anybody that was there could get it. This was all televised, which is why I show the footage. I have that footage. I use this footage all the time. When people talk about the curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28, they only want to talk about slavery, but they conveniently leave out all this history that this group of people went through. Anyways, Michael King Jr. and the SCLC drew both criticism and praise for allowing children to participate and putting these children in harm's way. The adults were not happy with what Michael King was doing. The Birmingham campaign was a model of nonviolent, direct action protest. And through the media, it drew the world's attention to racial segregation in the South. It also polished King's reputation. It ousted Connor from his job. It forced desegregation in Birmingham and directly paved the way for the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibited racial discrimination in hiring practices and public services throughout the United States. It was this televised event, this one right here, that led to the change. And they used the baby boomer generation to do it. Some of the children, as young as 8 and 9, were hosed down and attacked. Now, please understand, it's not like this was not happening before. The attacks, the lynchings, without a mob or protest. The difference, it was happening on television. There wasn't commentary being given that told people what to think. The younger baby boomer generation, black and white, were now responsible for the new world being presented and created. It still was under the banner of white supremacy, but the overall thought was, take your foot off the Negro. And pretty soon after this, there was movement. The March on Washington happened in 1963. Kennedy was assassinated, Johnson was president, and 9 months later, they passed the Civil Rights Act. And the baby boomers, they felt personally responsible for the change that occurred when they saw the Civil Rights Act of 1964 passed. They were, and still are, completely unaware of the shadow workings that pushed this agenda to happen. They don't get it because they only think about it in regards to their skin color. They don't really know who they are. You see, there was no longer any need to exclude the Negro. In order for the new world to be built, now that they were mentally in control of the Negroes, they needed to include them in society and attach them to Babylon's agenda, which we can see clear evidence of today.
They will not be able to turn back the clock. They want to stop blacks from voting. We're going to vote anyhow. No matter how hard you make it, we're coming anyhow. They're going to try to put women back in the kitchen with an apron. We're not going back in the kitchen. We're not putting the apron back on. They're trying to tell gays, get back in the closet. We're not going back in the closet. We're going to lock the closet. We're going to stand up for who we are.
Ooh, Satan speaking right out of this trash can. Who knows if that's even a real man? Who knows if that's even a real person? Only God knows the truth. But you hear those people, you may or may not be able to hear them every time he talks about, we're not going back in the kitchen, we're not going back in the closet. You hear all these idiots, these complete morons, these clinically retarded people. Ah, yeah, oh, yeah, that's it, that's the stuff. Like a bunch of seals. Oh my, like the level of brainwash. It's heartbreaking. God's people really do perish for lack of knowledge. And that's putting it lightly. My gosh. Oh, I want to like clone myself, make like 1 million of me, and I can just go up to everyone in society and just shake them and say, wake up, until they finally wake up. Oh man, it's just so sad. You know, and I kind of feel like I got They Live glasses on, or like the hearing aid version of They Live, because all I hear is, we're not going to be healthy, we're not going to heaven, we're not going to have eternal life, we're not going to be okay, we're not going to be happy, we're going to make bad decisions, and then everyone's like, yeah, yeah, you know, it's like I can't help but decode it. It makes me so upset. Oh, these people. These creeps, these demons on ice.
And where we are and what we are, our fathers fought for this, and we're going to maintain it. 60 years ago, Martin Luther King talked about a dream. 60 years later, we're the dreamers.
They did.
You know, it's a good thing I don't live in California. I don't live in like LA or Beverly Hills where I might run into people like this. Because I don't know what I would do if I ever came into contact with any of these elites. I don't even know. I don't even know. But I would do something. I would say something. I would do something. I could not just walk on by. At the very least, I would rebuke them, cast some demons out, watch them foam from the mouth or something. Oh, these people. The wickedness. The wickedness. Oh.
To exclude them, they needed them to be a part of what they were doing. So it's time to bring them together. A people who were once heavily in the church and had conservative values had chosen politics over their faith. And that started here at the Civil Rights Movement. If you wonder why so many Negro parents and grandparents vote for these liberal agendas, gay rights, abortion, feminism, it's all because of the event in 1964 that they're so attached to. This agenda was selling their soul to their masters, but I'm sure they don't see it that way. We're talking about this people who were brought here involuntarily, were forced to serve as slaves for hundreds of years. And now they were demanding to be a part of these same people, not really knowing anything about them. They just wanted to be equal because they were told that they were nothing. They were told that it was all about their skin color, why they were hated, and they just wanted to be accepted by the fact that they were black. I mean, this is just complete garbage when you really think about this whole agenda. Either way, they were manipulated by sellouts who were attached to the enemy and were used by the enemy to make these people attach themselves to a system and a people that were against the Most High. They were led by Michael to look for the promised land, and that land was not a promise from Yahuwah, but it was a promise to be a part of this country, and so this is their religion. And they don't know anything else because the black church was completely built around this. Equal rights and economic prosperity is the religion of the black church, and they're completely lost. They were mind controlled to put the civil rights and equality and tie it to their faith. This is what the baby boomers knew. This is the black churches they grew up under. They didn't grow up under truth and biblical knowledge. They grew up trying to be equal. And that was their religion, and it is their religion. They follow a social gospel. Like I said, what was being preached in the churches was a social gospel. And so they had no real idea on who the God of the Bible is, except that they were to believe in him. And that hypocrisy led to the next wave of why their children and the next couple of generations after began to disavow themselves with the Bible. Because there's clear hypocrisy from their parents. But I don't want to move too fast ahead of myself here. The point is that the civil rights became the religion of the Negro community, and they were controlled and steered by it. And after everything was locked in and set in, they killed Malcolm, who's going off script, and they killed Michael, making him a martyr and locking in his movement in which he could never repent from or change. He was locked in, and the fact that they killed him, it solidified his movement in the eyes of the world. This is all high-level sorcery and witchcraft broadcasted over the television sets, and it took a hold of the baby boomers who were the ones who were raising the generations who would be preparing for the beast, my generation and my children's. So as we see what went on in this history, as you start to look at your parents and your grandparents and wonder why they vote for liberalism, even though they say they're Christian.
Especially those moments, and especially those moments when this campaign was at its lowest ebb, the African American community stood up again for me. We've always hit my back, and I'll have yours.
It is this moment in time.
Joe Biden, Elon Musk, and Klaus Schwab are three individuals I cannot stand to hear talk, especially Elon Musk. That creature, that ugly woman is insufferable. Ugh, sorry.
Stood up again for me. We've always hit my back, and I'll have yours.
It is this moment in time that led them here, and they have not woken up to what truly occurred. And they just look at it as they're still a part of that fight today that they were witnessing when they were children watching it on television. So anytime they hear about someone or like a politician, somebody high up being racist, it triggers them right back into the 60s. This is severe mind control. They don't know how to look past it. As soon as the news points out a racist, they attack while they support their enemy. It's crazy. So when people like Obama came on the scene, they were the first to jump at it. And of course, the whole agenda was made for them. The situation with Obama was different because they felt that they were responsible for it. They felt all their hard work and protesting and voting within the system that it finally paid off.
Yeah.
From the slave house to the White House, many of them said. But this was ridiculous because they literally knew nothing about how this country and this world truly worked. They just knew what they were mentally directed to believe since they were born. And so when Obama came on the scene, they voted for him because he was black, nothing more. He was set to continue the dream of Michael King. They didn't know his politics. They didn't care. They knew it was their chance. This was strong mind control. Then after Obama, Trump gets elected, who they were already trained to dislike because of his daddy. The minute it was time to turn on the hate, labels of racist were given, racism was brought in, and they were manipulated and moved so much by hate that they started voting against their faith, actually denouncing it, because they were trying to receive a promise of this world rather than a promise from Yah. And please, do not misunderstand me. I'm not a Trump supporter, and I don't care about Trump. I'm just talking about your mental programming. Don't let it get to you, please. I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't care about any of that. I'm not with that system. I hope you understand that. What I'm trying to explain is mental manipulation of a generation that was the guinea pigs to severe mind control. If you watch parts 1 and 2, all this should be clear. People still argue today that this was all about God's plan. Or someone in the comments said the other month, I agree, except for some of your views on civil rights and politics. How do you know that God didn't lead those people into taking steps to fight for our rights? We don't. If they didn't fight, we would still be in slavery. We fight for rights without putting it as a priority over worshiping God. So I try to explain to her that the reason I know is because it didn't align with prophecy. But they didn't want to hear that because of the world that they wanted to believe in. That generation believed that Yah was in the mix, actually Satan using his minions of Freemasons and Boule puppets. It was a mental psyop that the people were suckered into believing. And because they never actually knew Yah and knew religion, they wrapped their understanding of God into these events.
Yep.
They followed a mind-controlled narrative and agenda that was set for them that they had no idea of. They had no idea of reality. They had no idea who these people truly were behind the doors, what these people were actually said and what they did when the cameras were off. What they did is they knew nothing about these true agendas or our so-called leaders. They believed the news and what they were told, and they believed in the overall goodness of the government. And you need to know and understand that these thoughts were all placed in there by the television since they were young. And their job was to live through this programming and pass it down to the generations after them. It's all mind control. And here's the hard reality. The thing is that, yes, they were manipulated, obviously, but they still will be found guilty because they did not seek out Yah for themselves in his word.
Yep.
They had the word in their hands, but they followed man. They followed others who said they know him.
And I know a lot of people, especially new Christians, I've noticed certain tricks Satan plays on people. Tricks he'll pull on certain people that are new to the faith or they don't have strong faith yet. And one of the things he does is he waits until you're awake to all of this stuff. And you realize how much we've been poisoned and manipulated in all kinds of ways. And then you want to go and blame God. Instead of blaming him, he gets you to blame God and say, well, God would still send me to hell if I was still asleep to all of this stuff. God is sending people to hell every day because they didn't know any better when they had all this against them. They had the frequencies and the food being poisoned and their water being poisoned and all this brainwash and blah, blah, blah. And then they start to think God is cruel or unfair. That's not true. God gives us all a chance. And God loves all of us, and he tries his best with all of us. He respects our free will. So it's up to us whether we're going to open our eyes or not. It doesn't matter how poisoned we are, how manipulated we are. God gives us all a fair chance because he is just and he is good. So don't even let the devil try to get in your head like that because he tries it with all of us. And it's a lie from the pits of hell. Okay? Even people in third world countries and parts of the world, even if you grew up on a deserted island and you're the only person on this island, and there's no mention of Jesus Christ or anything, he will give you visions. He will give you dreams. You'll probably have maybe the best relationship with him, better than someone in a first world country, because you don't have all these distractions and things and all this brainwash affecting you. So you probably would be able to talk to him, back and forth, similarly to how we did in the Bible. I think I was listening to 2 Samuel and the book of Revelation and stuff, and people would just ask God questions and he would give them full sentences back. When nowadays, some people only hear one word from God once in their life, because we've got all this stuff against us. So if you're living on an island in Timbuktu or, wherever, God's going to reach you and you're going to have a great relationship with him if you choose to have it. It's up to you. But God isn't wicked. He's not going to say, oh yeah, let the devil put this veil over their eyes and I'm just going to send them to hell. No. He tries. He even sends his own children out to minister. That's why it's so important, especially in this day and age, when it's a true remnant of Christians out there. It is so important to get out there and preach. If you can't get out there and preach in person, because every time I leave the house, I try to preach. I try to at least mention Jesus to somebody, even if I'm at Walmart or I'm talking to a bus driver, an Uber driver, whatever. I try to say something about Jesus to at least one person when I'm out every single time. We have no excuse. But if you can't make it outside for some reason, if your arms and legs are cut off and you're a vegetable, you have no excuse not to do it online. If you're listening to me right now, what is your excuse not to go on a page every day? Go on to Matt Walsh's page, Brett Cooper's page, Michael Knowles' page, Andrew Clavin's page, PewDiePie's page, Sophia Grace's page, anybody who's got a ton of subscribers. What is your excuse to not go on their page every single day and say something about Jesus Christ? All you have to do is subscribe to a big page, turn on notifications, and whenever you get a notification for someone who you're not even going to watch, like PewDiePie, go on there, make sure you're one of the first people to comment, within the first 100 people to comment, and preach about Jesus. Spread the gospel, share your testimony. I do it every single day. I'm going to be putting together, I'm going to be putting together a compilation video pretty soon and put it on my Arson Darksy channel of just a fraction of the kind of preaching that I do online. What is everyone's excuse here? God saved us and motivated us and put it in the Bible, telling us in every which way and motivating us in every which way to save souls. How are people going to know if they don't hear? You know? Are you just going to purely rely on God to give people visions and dreams when you are living in a first world country? It's different here. You've got to preach the word far and wide, and you've got no excuse. People need to know. Anyway, just pisses me off. I love watching this, but it's just making me so mad at the devil. Like just a few minutes ago, I was imagining myself just stabbing him in the face. I was like, oh, I wish I could just stab Satan in his stupid little face. Sorry, I'm getting all passionate over here.
But in reality, those others were leading them falsely, like 2 Corinthians 11 says. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into apostles of Messiah. And no wonder, for Satan himself transforms himself into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also transform themselves into ministers of righteousness, whose end will be according to their works. 2 Corinthians 11, 13 through 15. And so, the civil rights movement was made entirely possible from the mind control of the television that was in 90% of the homes in America. It wasn't just the TV journalism that assisted with the change, but they also started making programs that included race and other themes that got the white community, particularly the baby boomer generation, to start looking at things differently, like I was talking about earlier. The TV began to tackle serious issues like race. They were being primed for it. In the 60s television show, like The Twilight Zone, it often told stories of racism.
You know what the blackness is? It's the hate he felt, the hate you felt, the hate all of us feel, and it's too much of it. It's just too much.
The TV show Star Trek, it addressed the notion of a time where social evolution had eradicated prejudice and mankind possesses no bias whatsoever. In 1968, that space age series even featured the television's first interracial kiss. The television started changing the minds and hearts in society on the idea of race. And though the older generations protested against these things, the younger generations began to soften up. Was racism done away with? I mean, far from it. But they began to accept ideas of equality and rights, even though white supremacy still said that they were the ultimate race. And that doctrine is still subtly believed in today.
What is y'all's race or ethnicity?
Caucasian. Caucasian.
I could have guessed. If you guys could be one race for a day, what would you be and why?
We're the superior race. No, listen, no, isn't like that.
And this was the real story of the civil rights movement. Look past the media and the mainstream. This was mental manipulation on a generation primed and used as puppets. This is the truth about the civil rights movement. Now, last point of mind control that I'm going to bring up from the 60s is with the women's right, gender equality, and feminism.
Oh boy.
In part 2, I broke down exactly what the 1950s was like after the war before television was mainstream. Once the war was over, traditional roles were reaffirmed. Men were expected to be the breadwinners. Women, even when they worked, assumed their proper place was at home. In the 1950s, the nuclear family was the norm. It consisted of a young husband, who more than likely was a war veteran, and his wife, who had settled into the suburban tract house and began to add to the family they had started the previous decade. All Americans, whether from the city, the suburb, or the small town, were expected to look a certain way and neatly fit into the mainstream. The husbands and fathers were the breadwinners, while the wives and mothers stayed at home, cleaned the houses, cooked the meals, and raised the children. Teens and young adults dated and went steady, which was a prerequisite to becoming engaged. They were expected to marry, start families, and assume the same domestic roles as their elders. This was the 1950s. And this was the way of life millennia before this. This was the family structure. The Bible says, wives, submit to your own husbands as to Yahuwah. For the husband is the head of the wife, as also Messiah is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, just as the church is subject to Messiah, so let the wives be to their husbands in everything. It's Ephesians chapter 5, verses 22 through 24. There was a wave of feminism that started earlier, but this overall view was not challenged in a great deal until the 1960s. And if you can't see how controlled people are, I don't know what will prove it to you. Understand, this generation was named baby boomer because of the amount of children the silent generation, their parents, began to have. There was a baby boom. So, do you know what slowed the baby boom down? Television. Let me show you. It first starts with birth control.
In this morning's Health Watch, 50 years of the pill. This week is the golden anniversary of the birth of birth control, a medical breakthrough that has changed society and the sexual landscape forever. Today, it still has critics, but about 100 million women around the world use it to control when and how many times they become pregnant.
Well, the invention of the birth control.
Just for anyone who doesn't know, birth control is abortion. And I don't know, no one's really being told that. I guess doctors don't even know the truth. I mean, that wouldn't be a surprise to me, but Satan is so deceptive that birth control pills are technically abortion pills. If you do get pregnant on them, which you can for technically a small amount of time, it is like a mini abortion. And it also makes you more sexually attracted to weak men. So that's probably one reason why so many men are pussified, because their moms, around like the 60s or 70s got on birth control, were attracted to some dork in school, or I guess college, and ended up having an even softer son. And men are being conditioned to be softer because that's what women are attracted to. And, have you seen the K-pop stars? I mean, they're technically women, but that's what a lot of women are into. Dudes that look like chicks, who are hairless and smooth and shiny and even sparkly. It's kind of gross.
It'll revolutionize life for women in America. It's completely changed women's options.
The pill promised to free women from biological bonds, and it did just that. In the 1950s, women made up about a third of the workforce. Today, women hold nearly half of all U.S. jobs. In the 1950s, American women on average had 3.8 children. Today, that number has dropped to 2.1.
It made them able to pursue higher education, to pursue careers, and to plan the size of their families, which is something they'd never been able to do before.
The approval of a contraceptive pill was approved by the FDA in 1960. Now, this pill called Enovid is said to be a creation of Margaret Sanger and Gregory Pincus. But overall, there's not a lot more on this drug. But like I always say, follow the money. Who was a huge supporter of Margaret Sanger? From their website on the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. The Rockefeller family, especially John D. Rockefeller Jr., was an early advocate of Margaret Sanger's pioneering work in birth control as a means of improving maternal and public health. In 1942, when Sanger's Birth Control Federation of America joined the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, the RBF, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, began its own support for the organization. This was a cause in which founding trustee John D. Rockefeller III took particular interest. Gifts from the fund helped Planned Parenthood launch programs in child spacing, prenatal medical care, public education, and special projects in African American communities. Yeah. The fund significantly contributed to Planned Parenthood's national and New York City-based capital campaigns and enabled the National Research Council's Committee on Human Reproduction, acting as Planned Parenthood's research arm, to increase knowledge about infertility, maternal and neonatal mortality, clinical disorders, and population issues. RBF support for the organization continued through 1975. So, the Rockefeller family was completely a part of this as well, just so you can understand the control behind the scenes. Do you think that the general public knew this? No, of course not. But they still follow the agendas pushed on them. Anyways, the contraceptive pill was a game changer for feminism. It gave women more control over their reproductive rights, and within 5 years, around 6 million women were using it. Of course, this was televised.
I was willing to try anything that would give me life opportunities.
Which is how so many women began to take it in the first place. This pill was the first step in giving women control over their life. It was science interfering with Yah's design. Women didn't have to just be someone who gave birth to children anymore. She could focus on herself first, then choose when she wanted to start a family. Because the pill was able to put a halt to how Yah designed a woman's body, women felt empowered. They stopped his way like they were curing a cold. But understand, of course, it was not thought of in this way, because the mental programming on the television was all about woman power and liberation. Nobody ever cared or thought about Yah. Let's keep discussing feminism. Along with the pill and Margaret Sanger, there was a woman who began to push the feminist movement. Betty Friedan wrote a book in 1963, The Feminine Mystique. The book criticized the post-war belief that a woman's role was to marry and bear children. The book had great reach because it was televised. She was televised. Her televised thoughts were bringing feminism to the attention of everyday
Is it a woman though? I'm not sure.
women, mothers, and housewives. You have to understand that the powers that be did not want the feminist movement spread. They would not have aired it or her. She was given a platform because she served an agenda. Now understand this also. The people heard this woman's views and they ate them up. But this woman herself was admittedly an atheist. She admitted that early in life, she rejected religion almost entirely. But later, feminism brought her back to reclaim her Jewish roots, and she did so proudly. Probably with Kabbalah, but whatever. This nation, which claimed to be a Christian nation, was being led by an atheist. This atheist woman, Betty Friedan, was a leader of thought within the feminist movement. So be clear, it's not that the thoughts of feminism came independently through collective thought. They weren't just thinking around and people just said, yes, this is what we need to be. There were Satanists and atheists who were challenging the ways of Yah, and they were using these women to spark thought, and the way they grew in influence was by the television. Also, the Satanists used science to challenge Yah's power and authority. I'm certain many of you women watching have probably taken birth control before. And I know it was probably never framed in this way ever. But think about it yourself. Who were you taking power away from in order to have more control? You can understand that, and you should think about that. I'm not coming at you. We've all made mistakes. We were all controlled by the system. I'm just trying to get your mind to start working and thinking about the agendas of Satan. Let's keep going, though. Again, it was the younger baby boomer women generation that was eating all this up. It was the baby boomers. It was not the parents. The parents, though maybe they were affected by the programming, they did not spark the change. They were the parents of the baby boomers. That's it. And keeping discussing this feminism, the next person on the scene was Helen Gurley Brown. In 1962, she wrote a book called Sex and the Single Girl. It was published in 28 countries and stayed on the bestsellers list for over a year. In 1964, her book was turned into a movie of the same name, Sex and the Single Girl. In 1965, she became editor-in-chief of Cosmopolitan magazine, then a literary magazine famed for high-tone content, and reinvented it as a magazine for the modern single career. She became editor-in-chief.
Oh. I'm so mean, I'm sorry.
Of Cosmopolitan magazine, then a literary magazine famed for high-tone content, and reinvented it as a magazine for the modern single.
Trannies, look at all the trannies, dude. Oh, come on. Dude. Am I supposed to believe? Oh. I hope that before Satan is thrown into the lake of fire, God will let us all have like a round or two with him just real quick, you know? God's like, okay, you got 2 minutes to find whatever weapons you want to use and meet me in Times Square because we're going to go at him. I'll be like, yeah, come on, man, let's get him.
In the 1960s, she was an outspoken advocate of women's sexual freedom and sought to provide women with role models in her magazine. So any woman reading this Cosmopolitan magazine, this was the influence that she was receiving. Miss Brown claimed that women could have it all: love, sex, and money. She was the new example of the new modern woman. She was a woman who wasn't married, who wasn't dating men, she was having sex, the complete opposite of what women were known to be. But she became a strong voice in the feminist movement. Her work played a part in what is often called the sexual revolution. And this today, if you look at our women today, this is what they're modeled after. This right here, this woman. Although she attended Protestant church services during her youth, as an adult, she dismissed religious faith. She was fond of saying that good girls go to heaven, bad girls go everywhere. These atheists were leading women through their thoughts of rebellion against the Most High.
Oh, woof. I try not to say things about people's appearances, but you know what? I got every right this time of night with what's going on around here. Look. All right, now that one to the left, that's definitely got to be a dude. This one kind of looks like that witch from 90 Day Fiance, the one with Johan. What's Johan and can't remember her or his name. Looks just like a clone of that person. And then this thing. Am I supposed to believe these are women? Oh my goodness. Ooh. You've been hit a few too many times with the ugly stick, I tell you.
So labeled it under civil rights. These women did not want to be held under the standards of the way of the Most High, and they pushed women to rebel against these standards. And today, women, they don't recognize that this is exactly what they're doing. They're rebelling against the Most High. These thoughts come from atheists, people who reject the Most High. And if you align with them, you're not aligning with the ways of the Most High. You're aligning with people who are against the Most High. And you need to understand that. So as this feminist movement grew, the younger generation, they completely had a changed view about sex and sex before marriage. What we see today with complete lack of care, what I don't even want to show or mention from people like Beyonce, Cardi B, the Kardashians, whoever else is relevant in women culture today.
And they're all trannies. Look, there's one of them right now. Ooh, good night.
Their behavior is only possible because of the movements that these atheist women started. So yes, the young baby boomer generation, they ate it all up. They were more concerned about themselves and their own careers than starting a family. And because now there was a solution that they could use to hold off pregnancy through birth control, they now had more control than ever. And they never let that control and power go, being completely rebellious against the Most High. They wanted and started a revolution between the sexes, and they won. And this is why the family structure was destroyed. But it's important to understand that these thoughts were not gradual thoughts that people just began to think through the evolution of time. This second wave of feminism was only strong because of the television. These women wrote books and they did interviews gaining attention. And then the television networks made their own programming to start pushing these thoughts. They would make programs that dealt with these traditional thoughts and made these thoughts look old-fashioned or ignorant. Like this scene from Leave It to Beaver.
Girls are kind of lucky, don't they, Mom?
Why do you say that?
Well, they don't have to be smart. They don't have to get jobs or anything. All they gotta do is get married.
Well, Beaver, being smart isn't exactly a drawback to marriage.
Well, if they don't get married, well, they can become dressmakers or cut people's nails in a barber shop or take care of kids and a lot of other dumb stuff.
Well, Beaver, today girls can be doctors and lawyers, too, you know. They're just as ambitious as boys are.
You mean there's no dumb people left in the world, Mom?
Do you see how they did it? They made this young kid's thoughts seem crazy. Now, maybe how he phrased it was, but traditional family roles have been a way of life for thousands of years before this movement. And they just worked to make sure that this way of thinking was looked at as being bad and old. Let's talk about the television. First, they started with Bewitched, which aired from 1964 to 1972 on ABC. This show was not only something that helped with the feminist movement, it also was a subtle introduction to witchcraft in this country.
After a short recess, we'll deal with the appointment of the new resident witch of Salem. As you well know, this office was created out of the wisdom of the high priestess Hepzibah in the year 1692, dedicated to protect the image of the witch.
It was about a witch who marries an ordinary mortal man and vows to lead the life of a typical suburban housewife.
I'll just have to prove to you that I'm a witch.
That's a good idea. Prove it.
I wasn't going to do any more witchcraft for your sake.
The show was popular, finishing as the second-rated show in America during its debut season, staying in the top 10 for its first 3 seasons. It was one of the first apparently feminist television shows, one that showcased a wife who clearly had more power than her husband.
And people think these are real women too. But you know what? I'm really shocked that the folks back then actually accepted a show like Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie, but especially Bewitched. Because a genie, you could argue, well, that's just made up. There's nothing satanic about it. But witches, you know they're satanic. And I know that people have already gone through all this brainwash, but still, I mean, I was under the impression there was still a lot of Christian-minded folk back then, and I'm surprised that that show would be so popular. But I guess people just trusted the TV so much, it had such a hold on them at the time that they would just let anything slide, I guess. I don't know. It's just incredible.
Her efforts to balance the demands of a suburban housewife with her husband's frail ego and her own supernatural abilities charted a course for women weighing the challenges of home, heart, and their own awakening ambitions. This goes back to what I explained with Edward Bernays. They started to place subtle thoughts in while keeping it in the same traditional roles. But they made her a witch and said that she was more powerful than him, so obviously she was lowering herself down for the husband. But she always would show that she had more power. The next show was I Dream of Jeannie, which was an American fantasy sitcom series also on ABC from 1965 to 1970. This was another show of the same subtle way of Bewitched, but instead of her being a clear witch, she was a genie, there to make the man's wishes come true. Though she is devoted to him and his life and calls him her master, she clearly is the most powerful one. And in this series, they began to introduce the thoughts of feminism.
Remains called The Emancipation of Modern Woman. What does it mean?
Oh, you don't have to worry about things like that.
Hiya, Master. How's the old boy?
How's the old boy? What have you been doing?
I've been doing nothing.
Yeah, well, I know that, but I mean, what have you been doing?
I've been studying the emancipation of modern woman.
Oh, that. I guess you got so caught up in it, you forgot to do the housework, huh?
Oh, I didn't forget. I decided to let you do it.
What, me?
How not to be a drudge. Share the work with him.
Now, come on. Now, yeah, but that advice is for ordinary women. Now, you're not ordinary women. You're a genie, Jeannie.
And they began to introduce these thoughts to younger women. They even showed not to accept a man when he is not agreeing with this. The last show I'll deal with in the 60s was the TV show That Girl. This was a TV series sitcom that ran on ABC from 1966 to 1971. This series did not speak to feminism indirectly. It went directly at the heart of feminism, right during the rise of the change in the feminist movement. It starred Marlo Thomas as the main character, Anne Marie. She was an aspiring actress who moved from her hometown of Brewster, New York, to try to make it big in New York City. It was one of the first sitcoms to focus on an unmarried woman who was not domestic or living with her parents. The show reflected the changing roles of American women in the feminist era of America. Off screen,
Hey, look, y'all, it's Dylan Mulvaney.
her role influenced millions of women to take charge of their own lives. This at the time when the country was feeling the first jolts of this new feminist movement. They literally made content to give women the example that they should aspire to be like. This was not a coincidence. This is how you know it was mind control. If you look at ABC's method, they started with The Witch in 1964, then I Dream of Jeannie in 1965, onto That Girl in 1966. There was a progression. These were attempts at displaying the thoughts women should have, and that they needed to start embracing this revolution, and it was the younger baby boomer generation that started to embrace it. So let's understand it through statistics.
This guy really did his homework. He is incredible. I'm blown away by this. This is something I really needed to see.
In 1950, the divorce rate in the United States was 2.5 divorces for every 1,000 people. In 1955, it dropped to 2.3. In 1958, the rate slumped even to 2.1, with 368,000 divorces. In 1960, the rate started to go back up. It was 2.2 per 1,000 Americans, and by 1965, it went back to 2.5 that it was at 1950. So it went right back. By 1969, the rate jumped to 3.2 with 639,000 divorces. In 1970s, the annual rate of divorce was 3.5 per 1,000. But by the end of that decade, it reached 5.1 divorces per 1,000. This mental programming was real and on purpose. Women were mentally programmed to rebel against the roles the Most High established for the family, and they wanted a life that fulfilled their own ways and desires. And now today, this way of thought just seems to be normalized, and speaking against it is deemed as out of touch and oppressive. This thought was not decreased, but heavily increased, and we can see this over time as we go through the mind control. But the point I've been trying to make should be made clear by now. This second wave of feminist values was started by women who did not believe in God. They were anti-Yah and anti-Messiah, provoking rebellion against the ways of the Most High. But they were given a platform and they used it. Those that controlled the television networks made a decision to give rise to these thoughts at the same time where their birth control drugs became approved. This was a complete agenda that was programmed into the baby boomer generation. And the evidence does not lie when we follow the statistics of what happened just a decade later. The rise of divorce pretty much doubled and climbing, and that is not even counting the difference in the age when men and women started getting married. There was an obvious change, and today, people think that this was natural evolution.
People have been getting married for thousands of years. It's an ancient institution, but for some people, it's perhaps a bit too ancient. 89% of the world's population now live in countries with falling marriage rates. This is especially pronounced in the richest countries. Among the 38 OECD nations, most recorded between 7 and 10 marriages per 1,000 people in 1970. By 1995, this fell to around 5 to 7 marriages, and it continues to plummet today. So why is this happening, and will it spell the end of marriage as we know it? A stable marriage has often been associated with financial stability. Married households in the US hold significantly higher wealth than cohabiting couples or singles. But despite this, the marriage rate in the US has dropped by nearly 60% since the 1970s, and the median age for first-time marriages has increased for both women and men.
But the truth is that all these thoughts are just results of heavy mind control gauged against the unsuspecting public. And today, we suffer from these mental attacks waged long ago. Millions of young women started to follow these women's thoughts, and they wanted to create a revolution between the relationship of man and woman. They were not told that these thoughts came from atheist women who were anti-Christ. Their thoughts were made popular and were made to be widely accepted. But the funny thing is that the feminist movement assisted with the civil rights movement because it was moving in with its own agenda.
Well, the main demand, of course, is equal rights to have a job, to have respect, not be viewed as a piece of meat. Equal rights to set forth our own humanity. Equal rights to get into graduate programs.
She looks just like an SJW. I feel like I'm watching a blurry version of today's news. It's so freaky. I'm so amused.
Get into schools, the training programs. We're the bottom third of the employment in terms of pay.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibited discrimination based on race, religion, color, or national origin in public places, schools, and employment. Discrimination based on sex was not initially included in the proposed bill, and it said that it was only added as an amendment in Title VII in an attempt to prevent its passage, but it passed anyway. They added it in because this was the overall civil rights bill, riding the curtail of equal rights for racial relations. Those following the civil rights agenda destroyed their families in the process by putting man in place of these decisions. All of this was done because of mind-controlled thought that has been overlooked throughout our time. And it is imperative that we wake up and see just how much we have been influenced. This was just the beginning stages of the mind control, but it was the foundation that ushered us into the world that we're in right now. The truth is, if you examine your thoughts about this world, and if they are aligned in the mainstream, your views are just products of mind control that was waged against the population. Your thoughts are not your own. They were mind controlled and implanted by decades of influence. It's possible that you agree with the majority of these agendas and you're happy for them, and that's your choice. But let me be abundantly clear. Those who are aligned into the world matrix, that is the strong delusion, you're against the Most High and you'll be judged for it. If you don't agree, that's okay, that's on you. I'm going to end these videos in the same manner as I spoke in the first part because the point is important. When people reject Yahusha, there's a major thought that most people say. They say Christianity is a tool of control. Well, yes, the way it has been taught in America, it definitely was. I mean, I don't even like the term Christianity, so I agree with you. Then there's people speaking against the Bible, saying the Bible is a tool of control. And yeah, the way it was used in the past, people definitely used it in this way, but they also did not allow people to read it for themselves. But there's no denying that it was used for control. But for people that still hold that view, please tell me why the same people that control the world now, why didn't those same people that are controlling us stop using the Bible for their control if they were already controlling us with the Bible? They could have if they wanted to, but they didn't. They created mindsets that were completely against the Bible, completely opposite. They didn't have Bible programs on the television where people were just hearing Bible verses all day. No, what they actually used as a tool of control, you now have it in your hand and you love it. While the one thing that can actually set you free, you have been programmed to believe that this is the control. And that's the problem. You need to get a hold of your thoughts and stop being controlled. I mean, if you're going to be taken down, at least let it be your own decision and not because you're controlled to think the way you do. The Bible has warned us against this trick. And if we actually read the Bible and did not speak against it, maybe this agenda wouldn't have been able to go so far. We are told, and do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of Elohim. Romans chapter 12, verse 2. How could you be taken advantage of if you actually believe that? We're told, for though we walk in the flesh, we do not war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty in Elohim for pulling down strongholds, casting down arguments, and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of Elohim, bringing every thought into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. That's 2 Corinthians chapter 10, verses 3 through 5. If we were bringing our thoughts into obedience of Messiah, then these agendas would not be able to exist. And remember, no temptation has overtaken you except such as is common to man. But Elohim is faithful, who will not allow you to be tempted beyond what you're able, but with the temptation will also make the way of escape that you may be able to bear it. It's 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 13. These thoughts that we all have must be analyzed and reviewed. And the more you see other people's influence in your mind, the more I pray it gives you the strength to scrutinize all these thoughts and bring them into captivity to the obedience of Messiah. That's the only way the devil can allow you to break free, is if you come under the obedience of Messiah. You don't do it on your own. We are in the last days, and if you're going to be ready for Yah's kingdom, you must not be in the strong delusion. As you wait between these videos, please make sure that you take the personal time to reintroduce yourself to Yahuwah through his word and cast down all strongholds in the name of Yahusha.
Okay, this is the last part. And then I'm going to be heading to bed.
And some things just couldn't. Quick note, this video is dealing with a topic I do not feel is suited for children. This video deals with an adult subject, and some things just could not be avoided. Please watch this independently from your children and then decide later if they're able to watch. Many of them in their teens definitely need to see this so it can counteract the culture, but only you know your child and what they've been exposed to. So please take that into consideration before watching this with your family. Also, if you're overly sensitive and have not been affected by the sexualization of our culture, then please do not watch this as well.
No boys allowed. You better leave, fellas. They're probably going to show some titties.
We have some things to talk about. Be blessed, family. One of the biggest trends today in our modern entertainment culture are origin stories. The filmmakers love to go back and show the history of how a character came to be. It's most often done with a villain or a vigilante. It provides the audience with understanding of how this main character could grow to become so wicked or evil. We have to be careful when we watch those type of movies and shows because they're very often tools that are about getting the audience to understand, rationalize, and even tolerate evil. The irony with this trend of origin stories is that while our entertainment loves to do this in regards to fictional characters, or even in some documentaries telling us of the history of actual people, there is no real origin story of how we as a society have gotten to the point in time that we are at today. For most people, fortunately not the younger generation, but for those of my generation and older, I'm an early 80s baby. For my generation and older, those of us with our eyes open, it's hard to deny that the times that we're in today are the most wicked times in history. What was once good is now evil, and vice versa. What was once evil is now deemed to be good. We see clearly what this world is like today. The devil's influence is very easily seen within our culture. And so today, when we look at these youngins, we look at them as if they are what's wrong in this world. But as adults, what each of us have to do is own the problem and our contribution to it. It's not just the younger generation at fault. They are just an inevitable consequence and result of our actions. As a father of all boys, I had to recognize that early and look at the culture that I was raising my son under and recognize that if I did not want my sons to be like this, I myself could not be like this. I had to go backwards and analyze all of my thoughts. I was able to go back to hip-hop culture and recognize how all of the mindsets I grew up under affected the type of man I grew to be. I saw and recognized how hip-hop culture poisoned me and most of the people I grew up with and around. And from that realization, there was change in my life. But besides that realization, there were still many things about hip-hop I didn't really understand, and many things I blame my parents for. Not that I was an easy child to raise, but there were certain mindsets that they had that definitely affected me, but I didn't understand how they got there. Over the past few weeks, we have been going over the history of our mind control. In the last episode of this series, we covered the 1960s. The 60s is very easily seen as the decade that brought about movements of change in our modern society. We saw political and social change that would not have been possible without the influence of the television. But while the 60s was a period of change, it still does not fully give the answer of how we got to the point we are at today. The decade of the 60s marks the point in time of change. And there are other influences that we need to highlight within that decade, from movies to music, because all these things were major tools that accompany the influence from the television. We need to go over it all. And what we need right now is an origin story of how we let society become so evil and how we let evil pervade our society. And if you want to do this, there's no better decade to start in this story than the 1970s. To me, it seems that this decade is very much overlooked and forgotten. Being an 80s baby, I obviously have no recollection of these times, obviously. But if we as students of history try to go back and learn from our past and the mistakes we as a society have made, this forgotten decade cannot be overlooked. The 70s by far is the decade when Satan comes out into the light from the darkness and intentionally invades our culture, and we have never been the same since. The most noticeable and influential change is the sexualization of our culture. Today we live in a culture where sexual content and sexual themes is just a natural part of the culture. Sex is a part of our lives. It pretty much goes without saying that. If you happen to scroll through social media, our young men and our young women talk about sex without care or shame. People make reels about sexual encounters and topics that a few decades ago would have been completely improper and only a few rebels would talk and be vocal about. Because things are so bad, we just look at this culture and just assume that it's always been like this. I mean, our children definitely do. But it's important to understand that the sexualization of our culture was not by accident. It was due to mental conditioning that was only able to gain an influential dominance because of the television. As we continue to discuss the history of our mind control, I know many of us want to just skip over to the 80s and the 90s where there were major shifts. But if we do not deal with the 70s, just as I had questions about my childhood and how certain things were present and certain mindsets were able to be had, if we skip the 70s, we will miss the answer to these questions. The 1970s was the decade that our society lost its morality. And if we want to shake off these chains of satanic influence, it's important that we look back at the origin story of how evil came into our society so we can clearly see the point at which we must reverse and correct. We're going to discuss the mind control of the 70s that led us to losing our morality and when the sexualization of our culture truly began to grow in influence. Let's begin.
This is my first lingerie.
Oh, they're everywhere.
So as we begin to discuss the 70s, it's important to understand the main theme of that decade. As I researched this time period, I think it can be summed up by one word. That word is rebellion. As I explained in the other parts of this series, the main group that was first affected by this mind control was the baby boomers. Now, it's important to note and understand that in the culture of change that they were growing up under, their rebellion was not directly targeted at the Most High, though this is precisely who they were rebelling against. They actually were rebelling against the values of their parents and their government, though. You see, the 70s was in the midst of the civil rights and anti-war movements, both different movements, and they created different mindsets between the baby boomer generation and their parents. The younger generation of the 1960s questioned authority and rejected their parents' values. They protested the war in Vietnam, and there was a hippie culture that was created. In the 1960s and 70s, the hippies were a countercultural movement that rejected the mores of mainstream American life. They rejected materialism. Hippies were largely a white middle-class group of teenagers and 20-somethings who belonged to the baby boomer generation. They felt alienated from middle-class society, which they saw as being dominated by materialism and repression. So they developed their own distinctive lifestyle. These baby boomers protested the way of life of their parents and created a new culture of tolerance. They promoted openness and tolerance as alternatives to the restrictions that they saw in middle-class society. Hippies often practiced open sexual relationships and lived in various types of family groups. They commonly sought spiritual guidance from sources outside the Judeo-Christian tradition, particularly with Buddhism, Hinduism, and other Eastern religions.
Just like today.
They promoted the recreational use of hallucinogenic drugs, particularly marijuana and LSD. Now, this movement, it was not a long one in regards to society. It pretty much died out by the mid-70s. And by the 1980s, hippies had given way to a new generation of young people who are intent on making careers for themselves in business. Basically, after they had a family, they had another two. The television show Family Ties, it depicts this.
We're going out to demonstrate against nuclear arms. There's nothing foolish about that.
I think this is very useful now.
It wasn't that useful then.
The thing that must be understood is that this counterculture was the basis for change. They basically said, whatever way our parents were raised under, we no longer accept. And they introduced alternative lifestyles in a way that though it was not followed by all, it came to be a major unseen influence that we are still affected by today. It was a culture of rebellion, and many different subcultures later brought their own spin to it. The hippie culture brought tolerance of rebellion in the baby boomer generation, and it created a whole new mindset. We all may have heard of and know of hippies, but here's what I think we don't know. This culture that they had was not new. They did not invent it in the 60s and the 70s. It was just something that was broadcasted and made popular through different mediums, from the movies, definitely the music, but without question, the television. The hippies' origins can be traced back to European social movements in the 19th and early 20th century with groups such as Bohemians. Hippies started to really grow in influence after the start of the Vietnam War, which they protested against very much, being that there was a draft. They began protesting the United States military involvement in Vietnam, and these protesters received the label of being a part of the hippie movement. They were a result of the mind control programs of the 60s that I spoke about in parts 2 and 3. A number of them have been highly active in the civil rights movement in the first half of the 1960s. They were the ones traveling across the country, taking part in sit-ins and marches against segregation in the South. As the 60s rolled on, so did their influence. By the early 70s, much of hippie style had been integrated into mainstream American society. Large rock concerts that originated with the 1967 Monterey Pop Festival and the 1968 Isle of Wight Festival became the norm. There was a whole culture that they introduced, and rather than focusing on the exacts of that culture, the understanding that's easier had is that they were just a counterculture. They were there to express that you didn't have to follow the rules and you could do things the way you wanted. This was actually satanic culture of do what thou wilt, but it definitely was not seen in this way at that time. But you see, once you open the doors of rebellion, unless there is a strong movement against it, there's no going backwards, and there was none. There was a culture that rebelled on social norms, and today, it might not make a lot of sense considering how immoral we are right now, but during this time period, they represented mass change. The change wasn't more about being a certain way, more than it was about tolerance of being however you wanted to be. This influence was subtle but powerful. For example, when I went to school in the 80s and 90s, the gender identities and homosexual influence, it was not tolerated at all. Now, in this younger generation, they grow up around all this culture that seems normal. And though many of them don't share those values, they tolerate others having them, and it's their tolerance that has brought about massive change in what society accepts. It was the same way back then, just not as targeted and defined as today. It wasn't that everyone agreed with each other. It was just about tolerance of being different. It was basically make love, not war. And this mentality produced and spread a mindset of acceptance of a gradual change in our values that has never stopped and only become stronger and more dramatic. All the current ways of life and changes in our values that we know of today started because of the movement in the 70s.
You have to check out Kohl's this holiday season.
So let me just say this before we continue. Over the past few episodes of this Mind Control series, I've taken some slack from many on two main points. One point was my lack of respect for Michael King, whom many know as Martin Luther King Jr.
I think he was a little too respectful, in my opinion.
People feel that I should use the name that his daddy changed it to in order to continue with the mind control that the public currently holds. Now, in regards to Michael King, I unapologetically will tell you I do not care. I do not respect wolves. The same way many of you hate Trump and have these feelings that you cannot shake is the exact same feeling I had for King and all the other sellouts, but specifically Michael, because of the stronghold he has put Yah's children in. I do not respect him. So you are right if that is what you feel you're hearing. You see, this is truth unedited. I'm not editing the truth to make it more digestible. I'm using his real name to wipe out the mind control. But whatever. Let's talk about the second one. The second part of the criticism I am receiving was expected. And this is mostly from women who do not like my views on the feminist movement. I get these comments often that they feel that they're not feminists and they don't agree with feminism, but then they hypocritically argue feminist ideals and believe I'm not being fair and I'm not equally shifting the blame. This feedback does not come from all, obviously. Now, for this part of the dialogue, I am apologetic on. because I sincerely am not trying to promote an idea of shifting blame on women only. I do not believe that women are the only ones to blame, and I do not put the blame solely on them for the destruction of our families. I absolutely blame men, and if you knew me personally and how I raise my sons, you would understand that. Men are always the problem because it rises and falls on leadership. And being that men are supposed to be the leaders of our families, a long time ago.
Ooh, I respect him so much more than I already did for him saying that. Because so many men can't even admit that. So many men are so weak and pussified, they're like, oh, you can't blame us for the way women are today. That's your fault. You're the leader. God put you in control. In a video called Weak Men Are Gross that I almost posted this morning, but I posted a different video instead. I talk about how men are at the wheel. God positioned men at the wheel. And the reason why we've got so many masculine women today is because men took their hands off the wheel. So women got to grab it, as unnatural as that is. Because God did not put us as women in that position. He put you in position. And if all the way back when the radio first existed and when the television first rolled out and all this other stuff came about that we saw in this documentary thus far, if the fathers in the household controlled things the way they were supposed to, if they were vigilant, we wouldn't be in this mess. And I don't want to hear it from nobody, because I know there's probably a man out there right now, you know, what's it called, thunder thumbing, you know, typing away, being like, oh no, it's not my fault. I'm not saying it's specifically your fault. I'm saying men in general dropped the ball. Some men didn't. Some men were like, hey, we're not going to have a radio in our house. Because you heard, like, there's always been like 5 to 10% of households that didn't have a radio, that didn't have television. And hopefully a few of those were men that put their foot down and saw what was coming along the way and were like, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to keep going the old-fashioned way, whether the wife wants it or not, or the children want it or not, because I see what's coming, you know? So I really appreciate him saying that, because women get blamed so much nowadays. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. I'm not saying that, you know, we have nothing to be accountable for either. But if men had put their foot down in the beginning, when the radio first came out, and maybe even before that, because you know they had agendas before that, we wouldn't be in this mess. But hey, it's prophecy. What are you going to do?
Sons, you would understand that. Men are always the problem because it rises and falls on leadership. And being that men are supposed to be the leaders of our families, a long time ago they gave it to challenges and eventually failed us. This goes back to weak Adam letting his woman lead him into rebellion.
Yep.
If our men were what they were supposed to be, then these movements would not have been possible. I feel this tremendously. But let me say that while I do have harsh critique on the men, it was not a destroy men movement. The men did not stand up and protest and say they wanted to be weak men. That's not what happened. It was not a conscious choice or decision that made them fail, but many of my circumstances, particularly in Negro culture. This is not a justification, but it's just putting things in proper perspective. The truth is our men need to learn how to be men and learn what that is. This is absolutely true. But what I was highlighting in these videos was a conscious decision by women to walk in rebellion of the Most High and his ways in order to obtain this world. Do you remember the story of Eve and Satan in the garden? Once Eve took that bite from Satan, it was a wrap. And women of Yah, please understand, this is the only audience I'm speaking to, those who want to serve the Most High. It is important to understand how Satan came back to y'all with a different fruit of rebellion. The feminist movement was by choice. It is a decision to have this mindset, and I was just highlighting it. Just as much as men don't know how they have been influenced to be the way they are, the women are the same. And highlighting the feminist movement that started in the 60s can help illustrate just how we got to where we are now.
And please, anyone who just came in, please like this live stream so that other people might have a chance of seeing it. Because we're getting shadow banned more and more every day. And even our own subscribers don't even know what we're posting. People who have their notifications on don't even know what's going on. I've made polls, I've made community posts, I've posted videos. People don't even have a clue. And then I lose subscribers. So please like all the stuff I put out. I don't like having to ask that. I don't like having to say comment, like, and subscribe. And some people argue that that doesn't do anything, but I think it helped a little bit, at least with the subscribers I already have. Maybe people who don't know about the channel may not have it recommended unless God does that, because he has done that before. But at least the subscribers might get a clue. Thank you.
How they have been influenced to be the way they are, the women are the same. And highlighting the feminist movement that started in the 60s can help illustrate just how we got to where we are now. These were movements. I did not start them. I'm just illustrating the effects of them. Now, in reviewing our culture and society, there are a few statistics that help define how far society has gone. The statistic I like to focus on are marriage statistics, because if we follow the marriage trends, it's easy to see the changes that happen in society. So before I review the 70s, I think it's important that rather than go over the culture of the people before the 70s, it would help if I went over the statistics. These stats are from the United States Census Bureau. Let's look at this chart first. This chart tracks the median age people had their first marriage. This is from the year 1890 to 2010. Now, we're not going to deal with the later decades from the 90s onward, but we will deal with the world after World War II, when the United States started to come into its own. In the 1950s, men were mostly getting married at the age of 24. And we can see that that was pretty constant through to 1970, a time period of about 20 years. But by the end of the 70s, the trend started to change and men started getting married at 25. Not a huge difference, but still a difference. The difference, as we can see, is with the women. In 1950, the median age of women first getting married was at 20 and a half years old. By 1970, it went to 22. And by the 80s, it jumped to 23 and a half. If you look over 30 years, women started getting married much later. And listen, this chart, it doesn't even tell the full picture because it shows just men and women in the United States as a whole. But this chart tells a slightly more detailed story by separating it not only by sex, but by race. And we see that before the 1950s, Black men were getting married at a younger age than white men. But by the 1980s, where the other chart showed men getting married by the age of 25, Black men were getting married at the age of 26. And the trend with Black women was even more dramatic. Black women were getting married at younger ages than any demographic. But by the 1950s, Black and white women were getting married around the same age. But over the 20 years to 1970, the trend for Black women had a more dramatic trend up. And by the 1980s, Black women were getting married around the same age as Black men were, which was over 25. You see, over 30 years, they started getting married 5 years later than before. This was a dramatic difference in the creation of the family unit. According to the United States Census Bureau, from 1890 to 1950, the median age at first marriage for Black men was lower than for white men. Since 1960, the median age at first marriage has been higher for Black men than for white men. And by 2010, the median age at first marriage was 30.7 for Black men and 27.8 for white men. That's a big difference. Let's look at the women. From 1890 to 1940, Black women had a lower median age at first marriage than white women. After 1950, the median age at first marriage for Black women was higher than for white women. By 2010, the median age at first marriage for Black women was 30 years, while white women were at 26.4. White families were having a 4-year head start on getting started than Black families. Here's more stats. The percentage of those aged 35 and older who were never married was higher from 1890 through 1930 for white men than Black men. But by 1960, this reversed, with Black men aged 35 and over having a higher percentage never married. Black women were more likely to have been married by age 35 than their white counterparts until 1970. By 2010, the percent never married for 35 and over with Black women was 25%, and white women 8%. When you look at these statistics, do you think that this was by accident? You see, I could go over statistic after statistic to prove my point. The fact is that there was a dramatic change in society during the decades following the 1950s. Now, we went over some of the change from the 1960s and the other videos. But there is obviously a lot more to discuss. The common view that people want to have today in regards to marriage is that the culture of the Negro in America is against marriage. But the statistics do not lie, because before civil rights and the call to be equal in American society, Negroes in America were getting married at higher percentages at younger ages. So be clear, it isn't that Negroes are against marriage, but the institution of marriage was attacked, and there was a mindset shift that was drawn away from the family unit over to the individual person. People cared more about themselves and their careers than they cared about starting families and building their communities. And the most ironic and hypocritical thing is that it is known that marriage and economic stability are extremely linked. So while the Negroes were protesting to be equal and have the same economic opportunities, they were attaching themselves to a culture that reduced their power and economic strength. The same economy that they wanted to be equal in, they mentally started to take on mindsets that reduced their strength. So now it was not only the man holding them back, more than their own mentality. By and large, a married couple does better than single individuals. So if that's the case, how did all of this come to be? It's simple. There was a cultural shift, and this was seen in the 70s. So this is where we'll start.
JCPenney is here for you
The 70s was a period of introduction to immorality in the mainstream. I want to be clear that it wasn't like immorality was not present in American society before the 50s. Absolutely not. That's not the case. We are talking about a nation that started its history off the back of slavery. They called it the land of the free while having slaves build its infrastructure. The hypocrisy has always been present in this land from its establishment. But in regards to immoral values, the masses believed that they were Christians holding on to Christian values. So many of their sins were not carried out in the public and in the mainstream.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Morality was something more secretive, done in the dark. Now, before the 70s, sexual influence was definitely in society. The movie stars were women, and they were looked at as sexual objects by men. Hugh Hefner already had started Playboy magazine.
I gotta say it. Every time someone mentions Hugh Hefner or Playboy, I gotta say it. And I got it's somewhere on a memory card. I got so many memory cards with so much dirt on elites, it's not even funny. And I'm kind of surprised no one took it out yet because of some of the pictures I have. But anyway, Hugh Hefner put pedo programming into Playboy, and hardly anyone talks about it. The most you might hear is Brooke Shields, that castrato, that poor little boy, that feminized boy, naked in Playboy. But much more was done than just that, okay? They put in pedo comics. I have it burned into my memory, this particular comic that was in Playboy, where, you know how they used to have it on TV? It'd be like, oh, it's 9 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? You remember that? Well, the comic shows the TV saying, it's, 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? And you see these scared little girls on this pedophile's lap, and he's just grinning. It's sick. And they had all kinds of pedo comics and stuff. They did drawings so that it didn't seem so incriminating. But think about it. Think about how bad the pedo problem is now. And we have the MAPS, the minor attracted persons, and that's the next that's the next agenda that's going to be big, just like gay pride and all that, and gay marriage. Soon we're going to have children and adults doing inappropriate things in public, and legally we can't say boo because, oh, they're born that way and that's how they are. Meanwhile, you don't realize that it started all the way back, of course, before Playboy. But, think about it. You're a guy. You got your penis in your hand, you're turned on, you're looking at what you think are naked women, and then you flip the page and it's a picture of a naked little 5-year-old girl or a comic of a naked 5-year-old girl. Even if you feel disgusted, that's affecting you subconsciously. And maybe you won't become a pedophile in your lifetime, but it probably is passing on something to your children. You know, whether it be spiritual, some kind of pedophilic spiritual curse, some pedophile demon that, you know, goes through your bloodline, or it's affecting your genetics or whatever. But yeah, I feel like 100% that created a lot of pedophiles just through Playboy alone, and it's sickening. And I won't even get into how the government was tied into that, and didn't they have like underground tunnels and stuff with Playboy and trafficking and all kinds of disgusting crap. But anyway, I just had to say that.
Society. The movie stars wrote.
I'm gonna leave the room for a minute. I gotta put some chicken in the oven. So if there's an ad that plays or something, it's not my fault because I wasn't here.
Women, and they were looked at as sexual objects by men. Hugh Hefner already had started Playboy magazine. What I am saying is that the sexualization of women did not start in the 70s, but it was not mainstream. It was more secretive, even though it was in the culture.
Sort of cools the ankles, doesn't it? What do you think would be fun to do now?
If you remember shows like I Love Lucy, originally aired from 1951 to 1957, Lucy and Desi had to sleep in separate beds. Although Lucy and Desi were married in real life, they were still not allowed to share a bed in the show's 6 seasons. At the time, married couples sharing a bed was considered much more scandalous than it is today. They had separate beds with their own tucked-in blankets. Much of this was because it was a less risque time. There was less tolerance to this. What I'm saying is that though the influence was there, it was still not tolerated by the masses yet. But the sexual revolution that was started in the 60s really gained steam and influence in the 70s. You've seen in part 3, we spoke about the feminist movement of the 60s. But right along with the feminist movement was the sexual revolution. Now, it appears that feminists try to differentiate their movement from the sexual revolution. But to men, they were almost the same thing.
You talk about the sexual revolution, if you want to call it that. It was kind of shocking to me that all these things were going on, because my time of day, this was unheard of. You know, you didn't talk about these things. Like, I used to kid around. I used to say I was 22 years old before I found out a prophylactic wasn't a toothbrush. And, you know, we knew, but not like the kids were practicing what we knew, so to speak.
I think that in discussing the 70s, this is where we must start. As I explained in part 3, the crux of the feminist movement was women demanding that they be equals in the workforce. And with the distribution of birth control, it gave women more control over their lives and when they chose to have children. They were planning parenthood. Women wanted to be equal with men in society instead of being the helpmate that Yah designed them to be. For those that care what the Bible says, Genesis chapter 2 says, and Yahweh Elohim said, it is not good that man should be alone.
That's right.
I will make him a helper comparable to him. Genesis chapter 2, verse 18.
My rule to my future husband, I'll help as long as I get a mate with you. Hey, yo!
Verse 20 says, so Adam gave names to all cattle, to the birds of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper comparable to him. And lastly, and Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall on Adam, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh in its place. Then the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, he made into woman, and he brought her to the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore a man shall leave his father and mother, and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. And they were both naked, man and his wife, and were not ashamed. That's Genesis chapter 2, verses 21 through 25. And this is why women were created. Not to be made as equals with men, but as their helpers. And regardless of at this present time you disagree with these roles of the past, it is undeniable that this was the way the world has been for millennia, thousands of years. They were even like this, though, in the 50s. These views against this did not occur until the rise and influence of the feminist women led by atheists and Satanists. This is just another reason why the Bible is being looked at as hate speech and a way of outdated thinking. it is believed that this view is a way of being unjust to women and keeping them down, when in fact, it is the way that we were all created, and when in those natural roles, families thrive and grow in strength. But let's stay focused on what was going on in the 70s. The sexual revolution was a big deal. At the core of this revolution was the concept, and mind you, that this concept is now pretty much accepted as the normal way of thought in this world today. But before the 70s, it was actually pretty radical. The concept was that women, just like men, enjoyed sex and had sexual needs. Feminists asserted that single women had the same sexual desires and should have the same sexual freedoms as everyone else in society. For feminists, the sexual revolution was about female sexual empowerment. You see, here's the danger. And I'm not shifting blame, I'm just calling it how it is. Men love women, obviously. But think about it. When women had values that they needed to be married first, what did men do? They married them. And women look down at the loose women in a great way. But now that women say that they don't need to be attached to a man in order to have sexual relationships, there was no longer any boundary that a man had to worry about. Now the one thing that was exclusively special about a woman is given out like candy at a candy store. This was not the way things were supposed to be. Sorry to tell you. And this is not about whether men are right or women are right. I'm just saying that when women held out, they got more from the man. And let me explain this in another way. This was not a problem started by women either, but it was, however, an easy to foresee reaction to the immorality of men. You see, in the 1950s, Hugh Hefner came out with his Playboy magazine, a magazine which aimed to target males between the ages of 21 and 45. The cover page and nude centerfold in the first edition featured Marilyn Monroe.
Who is a man? I got a picture of Marilyn Monroe's penis on the beach. I got it as we speak. I got that picture, and I even have a video of it on my tranny alert. Not only did it condition men to be pedophiles or their children to be pedophiles, but it conditioned men to find other men attractive and to have the most unrealistic standards for women. And I just want to choke the devil till his head pops off. Tell you what, man.
Then a rising sex symbol. We had sex symbols. From the 1950s to the early 70s, Playboy circulation, including subscription and newsstand sales, and advertising revenues steadily increased, reaching a high point of 7.2 million copies sold in November of 1972, and average sales of 5.6 million copies per issue in 1975. The Playboy philosophy, articulated by Hefner himself in the pages of the magazine, it advocated complete personal freedom for both men and women in all things, including sex. Hefner always said he was a champion of women's liberation in the feminist movement, actually.
In terms of my attitude on the whole, the feminist movement as it exists now, I think that women over generations and centuries have indeed been oppressed. I think there's no question about it.
That legally and culturally, that our society and much of the Western world, and apparently, at least to the same degree, the eastern part of the world as well, is still suffering from really deep-seated sexual repression, and we are still a long ways from throwing off the chains of sexual superstition. And
It's like all the crazy men back then all look like Charles Manson for some reason. I don't know what it is.
bondage.
Through Playboy's support of that belief and its popularization of the notion that viewing sexually suggestive photography of women was not only acceptable, but healthy. It was this major influence amongst many others that led to there being a double standard that society decided needed to be rectified. You see, they created a double standard, and women later decided that they had the right to be the same way. And this was what the sexual revolution was about.
Gossip about a nude fold-out in Cosmopolitan magazine.
Well, I think if you talk about it, it probably spoils some of the fun. And I wish the whole thing had never been brought up publicly, because then, I could just spring it on everybody and people would say, my word, have you seen Cosmopolitan this month? They got a naked man in there. And now there's been so much talk about it that I feel it's going to be anticlimactic when it finally happens. Well, a naked man, we wouldn't show everything. He'd be in a nice, decent pose of some kind behind a flower pot or something. But you see, I think that in a few years, maybe even sooner than that, women are going to enjoy looking at men's naked bodies as much as men enjoy looking at women's naked bodies.
Now wait, that's a very peculiar thing to say. Why would they?
Because you're beautiful. Why wouldn't you, for
Well,
heaven's sake?
If men controlled it and did not bring all that sexual immorality out in the open, women would not felt that they needed to be justified in having the same thoughts. See, it wasn't men's problem that started this. You will see that as American society kept pushing boundaries, the argument was never should they ever stop this, but the argument was more about not excluding other groups to take part in it. The sexual revolution was the first major step in bringing satanic thought out.
How did anyone think that was a woman? I know I'm sorry, I keep saying it, but this is how I am. If you don't like me, get off my page, man. But it's so much deeper when you realize that's actually a man lusting after other men, or what we think are men, who knows? I mean, there's just so many layers to it. It's so disgusting. Ooh.
Into the open. And they use the...
Oh, and I'm sorry if anyone tried to write to me. My phone died. I have the battery in my hand as I speak, trying to figure out how to fix this because this phone sucks. So I'm sorry if I haven't replied to anybody.
More about not excluding other groups to take part in it. The sexual revolution was the first major step in bringing satanic thought out into the open. And they used the feminist movement to justify it. And the thing that people need to see is that it all goes back to Michael King and the civil rights agenda.
Take issue and separate in this one rather fundamental area. There is usually a parallel made between female emancipation and racial equality. And I don't think it's the same thing. Even though the feminist movement grew out of the civil rights, the current feminist movement grew out of the civil rights business.
You see, they used the oppression of the Negroes to justify equality for all, which then gave credibility to the feminist movement, which then was later expanded into the sexual revolution of the 70s. Our immorality was brought out into the mainstream because of the demand to be equal.
The powerful reliable.
So yeah, there was the sexual revolution, and it was really brought out into the mainstream in the 70s. It is said that back then, when someone would ask a woman if they were liberated, it actually meant, do you have sex? And if a man actually said it, it meant, will you have sex with me? The sexual revolution was all about getting rid of the double standard that women were supposed to be virgins.
Well, growing up in the 50s, it was a pretty, those were the quiet years. And the expectations were not great for young women of my age or my era or my neighborhood. I grew up in a working class neighborhood where there wasn't a lot of expected of you other than to be a good girl. You did not have sex before marriage. You were expected to be a virgin when you married. So many girls married young and had children by the age of 20. As I left high school, I thought the most important thing for me was not college. I tried it. I thought it would be great, but I picked something that was very traditionally of women, kind of a job, a secretary, confidential secretary, thinking that was very cool, but was more interested in getting married and being with my boyfriend. I mean, that was just, I had to be with him. So that was where I was at. I think I did accept the premise of the 50s. I think where I began to become uncomfortable was when it became a mom. And that's when I started moving into the 60s, where I saw that there were other options for me. There was always this inner struggle for me to do something else with my life besides just being a mom. Not that I didn't find that of value. I did. No, I did. And I felt very strongly that I should be home with my children, and I was, that was my job. I would not think of having a day treatment, a daycare program for my children. I would not think of having a babysitter. That was my job. Or someone from the extended family. Absolutely not. But when I moved into the 60s, I started thinking, I've got to do something. Maybe a part-time job is what I wanted to do. I did that for a while, but it was always something happening with me. So it was later on that I returned to school that was much, into the 70s. But it was something I was destined to do, yeah. But at that time, yeah, I bought into it. That was where I belonged. That was where I should be.
This revolution took away the stigma that it was not okay for women to be sexually active. Sex became casual and people began to have more and more sexual partners.
Berkeley campus is a very lonely place. There's so many students and so many people who don't really have a friend at all. The alienation present in Berkeley is the cause of a lot of the sexual freedom. And you might take off for Berkeley to find the answers to life or something. When you divorce yourself from your past, your parents, you leave behind your standards. Here you are, free from those values, because no one's here to check up on you, and it's kind of the accepted thing to sleep around or do whatever you feel like. And I think a lot of people come here and they think, I'm free now, and I can do whatever I want to. And you see signs painted on little Volkswagen vans, sleep with someone you love, and people are looking for love. People are really looking for an end to their loneliness. And a lot of them go to sex to find it. I would say
It's so sad because we were created, both men and women, because I know a lot of men try to think that it's okay to have multiple partners or that God is all right with concubines or whatever. God says one man, one woman, give me a break. But we were created to be one flesh with one another. Have sex with only one person, and that's the person we're with for life. You create a soul tie with that person, a severe bond that is supposed to condition you to basically sacrificing your life for that person, going to the ends of the earth for that person, And so when you go and you sleep around with all these people, you create insanity. You bring on a spirit of insanity. And I guarantee you that around this time in history, you were having more psychiatric patients checking hospitals and more suicides and higher depression. And that's probably when antidepressants were on the rise. And people didn't know what was going on. And it probably wasn't talked about that much. But I'm sure that was the case because you would have women fall in love with a guy that they meet in college when they finally have their first taste of freedom away from home. And they fall in love with this guy, they think he's the one. Because, listen, no woman that I know of is going to give her virginity away to some guy she doesn't have any feelings for. I mean, maybe that happens once in a while, but I'd say 98% of the time or more, young women give their virginity to a man they really believe they're going to spend their life with. And, I mean, I'm still a virgin. I don't know what it's like to have intercourse with a man. And I remember when I was 14 and I had my first big breakup. I took the kitchen knife from the kitchen, I put it against my stomach, and I was about to kill myself. And I guess God changed my mind because I didn't hurt myself that day. But just over a breakup with a guy I wasn't even sexual with, I created such an attachment that I wanted to die when he broke up with me to go work at a bowling alley. So I can't imagine the attachment and the insanity I'd be experiencing if I did give my virginity to him and then he broke up with me. So these girls that go to college, they fall in love with this guy, they create a soul tie, then the guy throws them away to go sleep with someone else. And that woman ends up doing crazy stuff, either hurting herself or slashing his tires or burning his house down or whatever. And then you create this stereotype that women are crazy when men don't realize that they're helping create that insanity, that they're sleeping around with these women, breaking their hearts and screwing them up spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and otherwise. And the women are having a natural reaction. God created it where we're going to do everything we can to stay together because that's the biblical way. So when a man is like, no, I don't want you anymore, the woman explodes or implodes. She's either going to explode and hurt you and hurt other people or implode and hurt herself, And it happens to men too. I've noticed, in my opinion and my experience, because I have had a lot of experience when it comes to dating and getting to know men, I've noticed a pattern where a man, he has you have two chances with a guy, or he has two chances to have heartbreak. And then after he's had his heart broken twice, he becomes all bitter and it's very difficult for him to ever love again. They usually fall in love with a girl in middle school or high school, maybe college. and she breaks their heart. They give one more girl a chance, and then after that, they're really messed up, oftentimes for life. So it does affect both men and women. I don't think men maybe notice it as much, especially with this culture where men are expected to just sleep around, or else they're weird. But yeah, it does create insanity, and it causes a huge amount of issues. Anyway, just wanted to say that.
For an end to their loneliness, and a lot of them go to sex to find it. I would say for the girls in my nursing class, who I know well enough to talk about this, think that the new freedom to live openly with the boy you're not married to and have sexual relationships with him, and to be free of the fear of pregnancy because of the pill, they think it's one of the greatest things that have ever happened.
We feel there's been quite enough emphasis in our culture over the past 2,000 years on the dark, terrifying possibilities of sex. We've heard quite enough, thank you, about its terrors and its tyranny, about the disease and wrecked lives and tortured souls. All these centuries, almost everything the church has had to say about unmarried sex has been one thing: don't. And that just isn't enough anymore. People won't settle for that.
And it was at this time that our attitude towards sex began to change. This was the moment. You see, the way we are today is not just a natural, inevitable conclusion. The world was a certain way for millennia, thousands of years. And it is not to say that immorality did not exist, because, as I said earlier, that is far from the truth. But up until this period in time, this immorality was not mainstream in the public view. It was more hidden and in secret. The 70s was the decade that began to bring all this out in the open, and the influence was massive. The 70s brought sexual experimentation. It brought swingers, orgies, and nudists out into the main view. This was all from the influence of the hippies that I mentioned earlier. And you should know that this influence, it was not just in the streets. That, as I have consistently shown, it was on the television as well. Like I showed in part 3 with the feminist movement, shows like Bewitched, I Dream of Jeannie, and That Girl, they already promoted the feminist movement. But in the 70s, these shows punted the ball to Mary Tyler Moore, and she took it away on the Mary Tyler Moore Show on CBS from 1970 to 1977. Moore portrayed Mary Richards, an unmarried, independent woman focused on her career as associate producer of a news show at the fictional local station WJM in Minneapolis. The show proved to be a groundbreaking series in the era of second-wave feminism, portraying a central female character who was neither married nor dependent on a man. She was a woman that was actively having sex.
Don't forget to take your pill.
The Mary Tyler Moore Show was extremely popular. It earned 29 Primetime Emmys, including Outstanding Comedy Series, 3 years in a row. Moore herself received the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series 3 times. This show had influence. All of this was in the beginning of the 1970s. This was all in the start of that decade. There was a change in the culture. One major influence of that change came from what the Supreme Court did. In 1969, there was a case in Georgia where the police charged a man for owning pornographic movies. The case was Stanley versus Georgia, and it changed sexual culture in the United States. The Supreme Court ruled in that case that if anyone wants to read dirty books or look at dirty movies in the privacy of their own homes, it's none of the law's business. The court said that a person has every right to satisfy his intellectual and emotional needs in the privacy of his own home. And maybe you agree with that ruling. I mean, I do. The government should have nothing to do with what you do in your personal home. But you see, before this case, pornography was said to be something that was really undercover. In the late 50s and the early 60s, the Supreme Court continued to narrow the definition further and further of what it considered to be obscene. And so by the late 60s, you start to see books, magazines, and films that were sexually explicit. And so then this system, the United States government, it portrayed like they were doing good and that they cared. They made an inquiry into it. President Johnson, the same one who signed the Civil Rights Act, he appointed a special commission to look into the problem of pornography and its impact on the American people. The United States Congress funded the President's Commission on Obscenity and Pornography to study pornography. Even after Nixon was elected, this commission kept on working. The commission's findings were published in 1970, and they recommended sex education. They, of course, found that there was no evidence to date that exposure to explicit sexual materials plays a significant role in the causation of delinquent or criminal behavior amongst youth or adults. They found that a majority of American adults believe that adults should be allowed to read or see any sexual materials they wish. And they felt that there was no evidence that exposure to explicit sexual materials adversely affects character or moral attitudes regarding sex and sexual conduct. President Nixon, who had succeeded Johnson in 1969, a Republican, he emphatically rejected the report, but by then the damage was done in the minds of the public. The view of pornography changed from being something obscene to something you can do and look at in private. And there becomes a major cultural shift with the availability of pornography. This is all happening in the 70s, all hitting the mainstream all at the same time. In 1972, pornography then came on the mainstream. It was spoken about and promoted to the masses. This pornographic film was released. This movie earned mainstream attention, drawing fashionable viewers such as Warren Beatty, Shirley MacLaine, Jack Nicholson, and Jacqueline Onassis. It launched some porno chic trend, but it still was the subject of obscenity trials, and it was banned in some jurisdictions. In various United States communities, the movie was shown to juries to determine whether it was obscene. The outcomes varied widely, and the movie was banned in numerous locations. In August of '72, after a jury in New York City had found the movie not to be obscene, prosecutors decided to charge Mature Enterprises, the company that owned the World Theater, for a promotion of obscene material, taking them to trial in December. During the trial, a psychiatrist testified that the film portrayed acts that were well within the bounds of normal behavior. A film critic testified the movie had social value because it showed sympathy for female desires, because the script contained humor, and because it was filmed with clarity and lack of grain. You see, this is all in the physical world, but this is what is not seen. This mainstream film released sexual demons into society that have never been seen since. How we are today is a direct result of these influences and the mainstream attention that was spread about it through the television. It got people talking about this movie. Without the television and its influence, the promotion of that movie would never have been accepted. But it was, and many people all around the country went and watched this horrible movie, getting sexual demons placed right into them. Sex became mainstream, and it began to be placed into our society. There were many influences that this sex came from, but no one bigger than the television. Like I explained about the Mary Tyler Moore Show, that was far from the only influence. I mean, there was a whole jiggle era of shows on television in the 70s. Certain shows would make sure that its lead actresses would appear in a bikini, one-piece swimsuit, negligee, underwear, or naked under a towel in each show. Shows from Charlie's Angels, Three's Company, and Wonder Woman showed women as sexual objects.
In the 1970s, the world was caught up in moral panic over the perceived rampant spread of pornography. In response, NBC executive Paul Klein coined the phrase jiggle television to describe the way many female television stars featured on his rival network, ABC shows, were directed to move around suggestively, wearing loose clothing or in their underwear so that their breasts or buttocks could be seen shaking or jiggling. This marketing strategy Klein was criticizing was the brainchild of ABC television producer and executive Fred Silverman, best known for his work on shows like Charlie's Angels, All in the Family, The Waltons, and Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? The crude yet effective term jiggle TV was often used in the media to describe shows like Wonder Woman, Three's Company, and perhaps most famously, Charlie's Angels. These programs were meant to appeal to young male viewers. They often featured plots that were blatantly sexist, full of innuendo and suggestive dialogue, and entirely unrealistic in nature. It became evident exploiting female sexuality was the network's primary aim. Around this time, ABC's target audience was viewers between 18 to 35. Another apt name that Jiggle TV received was TNA TV. Jiggle TV was taken to new extremes in the late 80s, as well as into the early 2000s, with shows such as She Spies, Baywatch, and countless offerings from the USA Network.
You see, it's hard to watch this content today and see it in this way. But this just goes to show you how tolerant we are due to just how much we have seen. Back during those days, this was not common, and there was a lot of criticism and pushback. Now, when looking back at it all, it's hard to know if the pushback and criticism was more about getting the attention of the audience so that they could view it more than it was about actual concern. A lot of times, the mainstream just creates controversy just so they can get out attention to it. It's a form of marketing. For instance, during my generation, I remember distinctly, I would have never snuck and watched Jason Lyric if the news didn't tell me that Jada Pinkett was having sex again. A 13-year-old boy like me, hearing that on the news, it was not getting me into the controversy. It advertised Jada Pinkett having sex. This is how they do. The point I'm trying to make and explain is that the sexualization of our culture that we have today did not just start as a mental shift that the general public had. There was a concerted effort to sexualize American society. And by the time I was born and went into middle school, these thoughts were all but normalized only a decade or two later. When we talk about sex before marriage, we can see that Satan infiltrated American society with this. Our society was infiltrated by Satan, and you can literally go back and look at the influence and see where it started. The mindsets that we were grown up under were not our own. They were placed there because of mental manipulation that was all about creating a level of tolerance to sin and rebellion. It started slowly, but over time, this agenda continued to grow and take hold. Many of us were born after these times, and we just grew up around sin and tried our best to figure out how we could just fit in with it all. I mean, when you really think about the hypocrisy of our parents going to church and talking to us about Jesus, but allowing these mental mindsets to be a part of them, it's ridiculous and a part of the problem. The thing is that the sexual revolution of the 70s wasn't even the only satanic influence of the 70s. There was much more. But being that the sexualization of our women is such a problem in our culture today, being that marriage is deemed as a failed institution that people no longer support, and casual sex is just as common as personal friendships, people don't care anymore. So this is what we need to talk about first. Sex is unfortunately part of our current culture, and for many of us, we don't know how it got here. Now you know. It was not by accident. It was a gradual progression. It started from the rise of television. And here's a hard-to-hear, underrepresented fact. We could see that these agendas affected the families of the Negro communities even more than they affected the white communities. The Negroes were going through a complete cultural shift during this time. What most people don't recognize, or maybe they just don't want to see, is that the civil rights agenda was the major event in the history of the Negro that signed their hearts over to American society. They sold their souls. They protested to be equal, but the only thing they were allowed to be equal partakers in was sin and rebellion against the Most High. Everything else they were not equal in is still fighting for equality today. They attached themselves to agendas and mindsets that they would never have been able to accept if they did not assimilate. Look at our communities today. Look at the statistics I showed earlier. These agendas affected the Negro community more than other because while they were over-sexualizing us and uplifting our women, they were also limiting the access to jobs and employment for the Negro men. This time of the 70s was a big decade when the black men of the baby boomer generation began to fail, to lose their confidence in their roles as men. And then they unfortunately later took advantage of our sisters who were now giving it up because society told these women it was uncool if you waited till marriage. The Negro community would not have attached to this immorality if it did not first tie itself to be equal with them. Then as society changed, they did as well, all for the worst, and they no longer protested for their souls or for their economic opportunity to be a part of it. See, our morality was lost in the 70s, and the culture for movies and music was all a part of it as well. But no other influence was more powerful than the television, because everything that was happening was being broadcasted over the air and made mainstream by one device that had reached 95% of the families in the country. And so if you fast forward to today, what are the values of our younger generation? What do your children feel about sex and marriage? What do you feel about it? What comes first, your family or your career? What comes first in your relationships? What age did you lose your virginity? Do you still think your actions was the right decision? I'm not judging you. I'm just asking you to think. I am no better than you in any of these things from the past. I'm just wanting you to think about your actions. We have women today completely sexualized, with their own porno sites doing OnlyFans. Most women stars are sexualized. They can't even come on television without being skimpy, scandalous, and sexual. Sex sells is the model that has followed through the last 5 decades with no end in sight until we are now at a point where it's not just sex, but pure debauchery and filth. It's important that you understand why this has happened. This was not just about money. This was about a gradual cultural shift that leads to a view of tolerance. Satanism is not about the worship of Satan, but it's about the worship of yourself. And we have been accustomed to put our wants and our needs over the wants and needs of the Most High. We love ourselves more than we do the Most High, and we will be judged for it. You must know that these modern day values are not what we once held on to. They're not like this. It would be different if this was the normal way of life forever. If this was how people lived for centuries, it would be different. I mean, people did live like this, but it was not mainstream, and it was never right. You have to make the decision for yourself if you're going to be a victim of this mind control, or are you going to wake up and choose the Most High in His way. Sex is a major issue, and the reason why it's a problem is because it's always in our face. Our movies, our television, our music, our education even. The way our women dress, our whole culture, it's over-sexualized, and it's an entryway for other sin. It produces and contributes to a lifestyle of sin, and that is exactly why the mind control of the 1970s introduced it to the masses. It is important that you get these thoughts and values in check because the world is heading towards judgment, and you are being called to repent and make the ways of the Most High your priority now. Marriage is a fundamental bond that Yah created. It says, therefore a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. That's Genesis chapter 2, verse 4. The word says, marriage is honorable among all, and the bed undefiled. Of fornicators and adulterers, Elohim will judge. That's Hebrews chapter 13, verse 4. And He will. Best believe it. The word says, flee sexual immorality. Every sin that a man does is outside the body. But he who commits sexual immorality sins against his own body.
That's right.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 18. Yahusha even says, you have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you that whoever looks at a woman to lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, pluck it out and cast it from you. For it is more profitable for you that one of your members perish than for your whole body to be cast into hell. That's Matthew chapter 5, verses 27 through 29. Heed that warning. There it is. Satan has made sure that he has promoted a culture to us that causes us to commit adultery and live in a state of lust that causes us to sin. It is important that you get a hold of yourself and understand the game that Satan is playing with us.
Without getting a hold of yourself.
Not only a hold of yourself, but most definitely get a hold of your children. Because this younger generation, they do not care. This sexual agenda was intentional in order for us to be trapped in sin. For us to live a life of sin and can't even recognize how to get out of it. You want a recommendation on what to do about it? Turn it all off. Dramatically lower your tolerance to sex. When you see it, turn the channel. Change the page. Unfollow the people that promote it to you. To my fellas, don't get caught in lust by a beautiful, scantily dressed woman. Get a hold of yourself. And if you need to stay inside a while until you gain more self-control, do so. Luckily, we're coming into the winter months, so people should be a little bit more dressed if you're up north. But listen, don't go places where you know that these women will be dressed in the most provocative way. And unfortunately, that's everywhere right now. Look at these women as a trap, and it will help you resist them. When you see them for the demonic influence that they actually represent, all that other stuff goes away.
So, 1 second, please. Dang nab Nazi tube. Giving me a hard time every day of my life. Okay. Come on, let me zoom in. think that's about as good as it gets. It's almost at the end anyway. Okay, sorry.
Everywhere right now. These women as attractive, and it will help you resist them. When you see them for the demonic influence that they actually represent, all that other stuff goes away and it gets old really quick. Also, check your algorithm and get that together. The more you click on a beautiful woman, the more it'll appear. Stop clicking on it and they'll stop sending it to you. And to my ladies, I don't actually know how y'all think, to be honest, so I can't give advice. I can tell you that Satan has attacked you the same way he did Eve in the garden. You must not follow him. Your body and your looks are not assets. Please know and believe that this pretty girl thing is going away in a very short time when this world collapses. The strength of a family bond will prove more important than your black girl magic or whatever it is. Again, just keeping it real with y'all, I don't know how to give advice because I'm not a woman. All I can say is that Yah created you to be a wondrous mate for another man who unfortunately right now may not know he needs you or even know how to be the man for you. As we're all waking up, focus on Yah and focus on being what he has called you to be, and he will put the right man in your path and remove the bad ones. Stay away from all those bad boys because they will lead you to hell. The right man probably is not in the places you expect him to be. Why? Because he's trying to be the right man. I know this for certain because I am raising sons of my own, and I talk to other young men through this ministry, and they're not in the places that you might expect other men to be. Stop going to the club, stop hanging around all these places. You might actually find them in the comment section of this video. They are out here. Don't miss them because you're mind controlled and influenced by Satan to love sexual immorality. That's just a word of advice. And be clear, that goes for the men too.
And men need to stop thinking that God's just going to bring a woman into their life who's going to be like, hey, I'm your wife, marry me tomorrow. Like, you actually have to have some guts, have a little boldness to approach women, even though it hurts. And maybe sometimes you'll think God's telling you, oh, she's my wife, and then she wants nothing to do with you, or it doesn't work out. You know, a lot of Christian guys are the most shy creatures you'll ever deal with. It's insane, and they just expect their wife to, I guess, manifest in their bedroom one day. I don't know.
The sexual revolution of the 70s was the movement that normalized sexual immorality, made it seem normal and harmless. And if you look objectively over the decades, you can see how wrong that mindset was and how bad allowing this movement to win has brought down the world. You don't expect the rest of the world to change at all, but there is a remnant that is preparing for Yah's kingdom, and this is who I'm talking to. And I can promise you that those who will be a part of Yah's kingdom will not tolerate and condone the influence of this movement. You, yourself, must make the decision to put the Most High as the priority and live according to His will and His standards. It's your only option if you want to see it. We have more to discuss on the history of our mind control and how we got to where we are today. But this subject needed to be brought out so it can be fully understood how the world got the way it is. Please do not follow it down the path of this justified sin and rebellion. Satan has clearly infiltrated society and has come out into the light. Make sure, as one who is preparing for Yah's kingdom, you reject Satan and commit yourself to the ways and mindsets of the Most High. Flee from sexual immorality. Be blessed. Hallelujah. Praise God. Okay, thanks again for watching. If this has blessed you, don't forget to like this and share this video with others. Please send this video to anyone that you know. It's great if you get the conversation.
All right. If, because one of the brothers, I think, said, after I talked about men being shy, he said, you're speaking facts, though. Dang, can you speak more, please? I'm always super nervous. And if that wasn't towards me, then I'm sorry. But if anyone is interested in me talking about dating and stuff, I have made some videos you can check out. Go to our playlist tab on the channel and then look at our unlisted videos, because I've got some videos I made about dating and stuff, at least from a woman's perspective, and like my top dating pet peeves, stuff that guys always do. It pisses me off. Not always, but almost always. Anyway, So yeah, thank you guys for spending time with me. I had a great time with you. If I didn't have to go to church on Sunday, I would just be up all weekend, but I can't really do that. It's already pretty late. And what time is it? Okay, I got a few minutes for my food's ready. But yeah, if you guys feel led to donate, I would appreciate it. No pressure, of course, but it really would help me out a lot, especially this month. God made me feel led to help somebody out financially, which I'm going to be talking about in the video tomorrow that's premiering. I'm going to be premiering a video, I think, around 4 p.m. Los Angeles time, 6 p.m. my time in Texas. It's not going to be like a super high quality video by any means, but to me it's a very touching video. But unfortunately that kind of messed me up financially a little bit, and some other things that happened that I didn't mention in that video. But thankfully I was able to afford a memory card, so I have been working a lot on the videos and things. I usually work on a bunch of stuff at one time. So tomorrow I've got something going out that's not super high quality, but is to me very powerful spiritually. And then I guess next week, because I did do a poll, I don't think many people saw it, but I asked people, I said, do you want me to do 2 premieres in one day, or one this week, one next week? And most people said one this week, one next week. I was honestly kind of excited to do it like a double premiere, hang out a long time with you guys, but that's okay. So I've got something coming out next week, probably also on Saturday, that will be about mostly emotional intelligence, how to treat each other biblically. It's going to be about proof of God, the weight of sin, and emotional intelligence. And then I feel like God is really calling me to talk about race, how Black people do not exist, how it is a psychological operation to call each other white and black, how calling someone Black especially is dehumanizing. And I don't know if I would cover it in the same video, but I also feel led to talk about a flip that I feel is coming, where instead of brown people being the victims and being the ones on this pedestal like we have right now, while also simultaneously being the ones looting, it's like they're creating this racism while also trying to act like brown people are innocent. I mean, just playing both sides. But I feel like there's going to be a flip where Asians are the ones being the victims on the pedestal, and then brown people are going to be demonized again, and people are going to be racist towards brown people. And I really feel like that's coming, and there's a lot of evidence for that. But I also feel led to talk about music, so I'm going to have at least 2 videos coming out. One is going to be one that I've worked on for quite a while, Christian versions of secular celebrities, which I'm really passionate about, although I know that most people won't be into that, and I'm probably going to get a lot of rude comments, but I feel drawn to do that. And I make content that I want to see. I don't just make content for everyone else. I just make content that I want to see, or something that I feel God is leading me or calling me to make. So I'm going to do Christian versions of secular celebrities, and then I'm going to do I can't talk, I'm so tired. The catchiest Christian songs, in my opinion, which I'm excited about. So yeah, if anyone was interested in what is in the works, there is that, and I've got a lot of videos I'm going to be posting on Arson Darksea and probably the other channels. My channel Arson Darksea Warfare Princess got a strike recently, so I probably won't post on there for a while. But if you guys want like daily uploads, or I could post 2 or 3 times a day, because I got so many videos that I can post that I've been stocking up the last few months. Yeah, it's going to be on Arson Darksea if you want more regular content for the time being. I'm trying to look at the comments now. Hold on. Thank you, sister. Followed you. So cold here in Canada today. All right. So yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to say. Just keep an eye out, because I'm being shadow banned. So you may not get a notification about the premiere tomorrow or any future live streams or posts or polls. So just, check back on the channels every once in a while. Make sure you weren't unsubscribed or anything. And going to be doing more regular uploads. I'm sorry I was gone for a while. I've just had a lot going on. And please pray for me. Pray that I can get my ID renewed, because Satan really doesn't want me to renew my ID. You won't believe the stuff that he's been pulling, so that won't happen. And I'm trying to finish the process with getting this new job. It's not my fault why it's moving so slowly. It's their fault. So don't blame me why I've been talking about getting a new job for the last few weeks. I got an acceptance letter in the mail, which is nice, but I'm waiting to actually finish the interview process and the paperwork, and so I'm waiting for a call back. So please just pray that I can get this job as soon as possible and make some money, because I'm struggling financially and it sucks. So anyway, I think that's about all I wanted to say. I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming, and I wish you the absolute best. God bless you in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, who is the name above all names and the only way to heaven. Good night. Toodaloo.